Foreword to Great Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PhyllisV. Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. Foreword by James H. Hyslop, LLD, Secretary of the Society for Psychical Research. Ghost stories lend themselves well to fiction. They leave the imagination entirely free. In ordinary fiction, especially of the realistic type, we expect some concessions to be made to facts, but when it comes to ghost story, we assign no limits to the imagination. This is because the supernatural world offers us no standards for curbing our fancy. Icarus is given impunity in that atmosphere, and there is no sun to melt his wings. Whatever our wishes, we do not expect ghosts to be real, and we are fancy-free to invent or distort as we may. But in the twilight of human knowledge it was not thus. The boundaries of the real and the unreal were undefined, and the belief in the supernatural, while it allowed the imagination free reins, revealed little difference between its creations and the ideas men held of the actual world. In this overlapping of the real and the imaginary, the ghost story arose and has never lost its interest for men, though the cold judgment of science deprived the real thing of its terrors. As knowledge increased and extended its domain, ghosts were reduced to hallucinations, much to the disappointment of lovers of the marvelous, and cultivated minds could only toy with them as objects either of literary fancy or of amusement against their less fortunate neighbors who desired to believe in them. Intellectuals who came into contact with stories like those in the Phantasms of the Living indulgently spoke of them with a mixture of humor and tolerance, which prevented them from either believing or denying them. But writers of fiction had no responsibilities and were not judged by the standards of either belief or unbelief, while the general public followed its tastes and imagination, chafed under the restraints of skepticism, and chose the easy road to satisfaction. In the present age, which is saturated with psychic research, whatever the motive or outcome of that movement, ghost stories have been revived partly because you can invoke interest under the cloak of science, and partly because of an interest in the unknown and the desire to please our fancies, and fiction, which is art and not science, can escape the duty of preaching. The psychologist, however, may detect a concealed realism in the most audacious feats of the imagination, or an interest in the supernatural when the mind struggles to conceal or to ridicule it. Hence, a collection of ghost stories, whatever their nature, may have their value for every class of readers. Some will want to invoke age and general human interest in behalf of certain prejudices, and others will want to quote them as illustrations of superstition. But all will like a good story well told and appealing to the imagination, which always affords mankind more satisfaction than facts. Besides, a collection of them may reveal disguises which science may uncover, however deeply concealed by the respectability that will not offend science, or by the ignorance which suspects that there is more in them than is dreamt of in our philosophy. At any rate, We may read them without demanding that they shall conform to our sense of reality, and without expecting science to restrain the imagination. In other words, literature and its artistic interests will excuse us for an interest in them, while science will not hold us accountable for any indulgence of that interest. If the knowing can penetrate the veil and discover any truth in them, far beyond the ken of ordinary mortals, all others may complacently enjoy the illusion that they are superior to both science and superstition. With Macaulay, literature was more than the consolations of philosophy. This was because philosophy has only to be true, while literature has only to please. Or is it because literature is nearer the truth and can please at the same time? Perhaps in this age when we are beginning to break down the barriers which science has set to the imagination, and this by an expansion of science itself, which is the nemesis of its own prejudices and arbitrarily imposed limits, we may find the salvation of both the intellect and the will. However this may be, with apparitions as a proved fact, and on the theory not due to chance in all instances, the fancies of the past may prove to have been founded in fact, however dressed to suit the purposes of literary art. James H. Hyslop, New York, September 15th, 1917. End of Foreword. Section 1 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 1. The House and the Brain, Part 1, by Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton. A friend of mine, who was a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." "Really? Haunted? And by what? Ghosts?" "Well, I can't answer that question. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, my wife and I were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the 3rd day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. "What did you see?" It was not so much what we saw or heard that drove us away. It was an undefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. Accordingly, on the 4th morning I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a 2nd night, none before you a 3rd. But I take it they have been very kind to you." "They who?" I asked, affecting to smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house, not as a servant. But I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care, I'm old, and must die soon anyhow. and then I shall be with them and in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her further. I paid for my week, and too happy were my wife and I to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. "Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray, give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously." My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight toward the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy, collecting pewter pots at the neighboring areas, said to me, "Do you want anyone at that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to be let." "Let?" Mr. J. offered mother, who chars for him, £1 a week, just to open and shut the windows, and she would not. "Would not? And why?" "The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh! You speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" "In G Street, number blank." I gave the pot-boy the gratuity earned by his liberal information, and I was lucky enough to find Mr. J. at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask. "Sir," said Mr. J., with great courtesy, "the house is at your service for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighborhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of the house, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes." "How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character?" "That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes, I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid. And unless your interest be exceedingly eager, and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house. My interest is exceedingly keen, said I, and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house. Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of his house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home, I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as anyone I could think of. F, said I, you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London, which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard, something perhaps excessively horrible. Do you think, if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen? Oh, sir, pray trust me, answered F., grinning with delight. Very well. Then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now, select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire, air the bed well, see, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well. And if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen. I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honor. I dined alone, and very late, and while dining read, as is my habit. I selected one of the volumes of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of healthfulness in the style and practical life in the subjects that it would serve as an antidote against the influence of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely toward the haunted house. I took with me a favorite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull-terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats, a dog of dogs for a ghost. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon. and if the clouds permitted after midnight, it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened the door with a cheerful smile.
"All right, sir, and very comfortable."
"Oh," said I, rather disappointed. "Have you not seen or heard anything remarkable?"
"Well, sir, I must own I have heard something queer."
"What? What?"
"The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more."
"You are not at all frightened?"
"I? Not a bit of it, sir."
And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, viz., that, happen what might, he would not desert me. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first run in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation and followed me and F through the house, but keeping close at my heels, instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen, and other offices, and especially the cellars, in which there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently, by their appearance, undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine-bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. There was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp, and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression where we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw, just before me, the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant, and pointed to it. In advance of that footprint, as suddenly, dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me, a small footprint, the foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape, but it seemed to us both that it was the print of a naked foot. This phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself on returning. We remounted the stairs and entered the rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlor, a small back parlor, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman, all still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room I seated myself in an armchair. F placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite to me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly, and dropped itself about a yard from my own, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning table," said I, with a half-laugh, and as I laughed, my dog put back his head and howled. F, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair and fancied I saw on it a pale blue, misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog was now quiet. "Put back that chair opposite to me," said I to F. "Put it back to the wall." F obeyed.
"Was that you, sir?"
said he, turning abruptly. "I? What?"
"Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here."
"No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." We did not stay long in the drawing-rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing-rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burnt clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa-bed, and had no communication with the landing-place. No other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard, without locks, flush with the wall, and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards, only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by F., went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing-place there was another door. It was closed firmly.
"Sir,"
said my servant in surprise,
"I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside, for—"
Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us was then touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture. A few empty boxes and hampers in a corner. A small window. The shutters closed. Not even a fireplace. No other door but that by which we had entered. No carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood, but no living being and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing around, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant.
"Why, they don't think to trap us, sir," I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot."
"Try first if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, "while I unclose the shutters and see what is without." I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little back yard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing to break the sheer descent of the wall. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. And I should state here, in justice to the servant, that far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amid circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required. But though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor, and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened, as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing-place. We both saw a large pale light, as large as the human figure, but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us and ascend the stairs that led from the landing into the attic. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered to the right of the landing, a small garret, of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it. A half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it we perceived an old faded silk handkerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping-room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear. But we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor just before us. We went through the other attics, in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them the more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bedhead, and he occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short. They were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark, unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences I remember. "For how everyone else would execrate us if all was known." Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone. And I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined in a better handwriting, a female's, "They do." At the end of the letter, latest in date, the same female hand had written these words: "Lost at sea the 4th of June, the same day as—" I put down the letters and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvelous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed, and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons, and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me the fire burned clear, and on the hearth-rug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing-place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left, and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly. No visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up,
seizing the revolver with one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No. Be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backward and forward. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had not time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if ever I saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the street, so altered was his every lineament. He passed me by quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run, run! It is after me!" He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop. But without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters, and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open, heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. End of Section 1. The House and the Brain, Part 1. Section 2 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. The House and the Brain, Part 2. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade me so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How, then, had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall, and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally striving to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the Zoological Gardens a rabbit, fascinated by a serpent cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as in the madness of hydrophobia,
I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself forth from the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than to anything else. As it stood, wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I fancied that I distinguished them clearly, the next they seemed gone. But still 2 rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise, in vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition. That sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond man's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather perhaps the shark of an ocean, I felt morally. Opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of man. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came at last horror. Horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, this is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear. With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand toward the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder, I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side, powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flame seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me to be thus in the dark with that dark thing whose power was so intensely felt brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax that either my senses must have deserted me or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remembered that I broke forth with words like these: "I do not fear. My soul does not fear." And at the same time I found strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom, I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was light. And when I saw the moon high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand seemingly as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the 2 letters that lay on the table. The hand and letters both vanished. Then there came the same 3 loud, measured knocks I had heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-colored, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o'-the-wisps, the sparks moved, slow or swift, each at its own caprice. The chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency, and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair there grew a shape, a woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange, mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned toward me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape, equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms. And there was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all three for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the two phantoms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them, and there was a blood stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone. And again the bubbles of light shot and sailed and undulated, growing thicker and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came forth the form of an aged woman. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, and then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in his dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth. And the shadow darted forth and darkened over those phantoms as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant serpent eyes, and the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze, mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them, except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water, things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other, forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril, and I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting stubborn will. And I turned my sight from the shadow, above all from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense, creative, working evil, which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden, as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the moon vibrated, Again there were heard the 3 measured knocks, and again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly, as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The 2 doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall, into which he had so convulsively niched himself, lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth. The froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favorite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken? Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance: my watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn. Nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours and then come to a dead stop. It is worthless. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night, nor, indeed, had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Nor till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floors, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me. And when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own house, expecting to find my runaway servant there, but he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect:
Honored Sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think that I deserve it, unless, which heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honored sir, to order my clothes and whatever wages are due to me to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address." The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My belief in my own theory remained unshaken.
End of Section 2, The House and the Brain, Part 2. Section 3 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3, The House and the Brain, Part 3. I returned in the evening to the house to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still, on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house, I went to Mr. J's. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and after musing a few moments answered, "I am but little acquainted with a woman's earlier history, except, as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. But you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make inquiries and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile. What would you say?" "I would say this, that I am convinced, if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency." "What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object?" "Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep, from which you could not awake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake, tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts, it is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport. But if a mesmerizer could so affect another living being, can you suppose that a mesmerizer could also affect inanimate objects, move chairs, open and shut doors, or impress our senses with the belief in such effects? We never have been en rapport with the person acting on us. No. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this. But there may be a power akin to mesmerism and superior to it, the power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say. But if so, it would not be against nature. It would only be a rare power in nature, which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities, and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain, and compel, not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth to make itself apparent to our senses. It is a very ancient, though obsolete, theory, upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power to be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. A flower perishes, you burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed, you know not whither. You can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burned dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has as much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still, you may make a spectrum of it, and this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be the soul, that is, of superior emancipated intelligence. These apparitions come for little or no object. They seldom speak when they do come. If they speak, they utter no ideas above those of an ordinary person on earth. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that it is incumbent on philosophy to deny, viz., nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or another, we have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another. Whether, in so doing, tables walk by their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood, still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and those constitutions may produce chemic wonders. In others, a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these may produce electric wonders. But the wonders differ from natural science in this: they are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced, for this reason. No two persons, you say, have ever experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experience exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency, permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put in action and invested with a semi-substance, that this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. The same force might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog, had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will.
It killed your dog? That is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it.
The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle, because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory?
Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept any crotchet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house?
I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house, and I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building.
And you think, if I did that,
you would cut off the telegraph wires? Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right that I will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations.
Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest, allow me to write to you.
About 10 days after, I received a letter from Mr. J., telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married, against the wish of her relations, an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had 1 child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister the guardianship of his only child, and in the event of the child's death the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterward. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbors deposed to having heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and had been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly, and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel, which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterward. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid of all work, never long retaining a place, though nothing decided against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still, nothing prospered with her, and so she had dropped into the workhouse from which Mr. J. had taken her, to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J. added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread while there were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room,
took up the skirting and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trap-door, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these, we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently, for many years. By the help of candles we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found, half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank. Costly steel buttons and buckles, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword, and a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal, hermetically stoppered. They contained colorless volatile essences, of the nature of which I shall only say that they were not poisonous. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal, and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colors most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a remarkable face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into a man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. Mechanically, I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle, a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Withinside the lid was engraved, "Mariana to thee, be faithful in life and in death to blank." Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so,
and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts, till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid. On that liquid floated a kind of compass, with a needle shifting rapidly round. But instead of the usual points of the compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A peculiar but not strong nor displeasing odor came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterward discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odor, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room, a creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilled, the saucer was broken. The compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro, as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trap-door, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile, I had opened the tablet. It was bound in plain red leather, with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed, within a double pentacle, words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein." We found no more. Mr. J. burned the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently, he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. End of Section 3. The House and the Brain, Part 3, by Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Section 4 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4, The Roll Call of the Reef, Part 1, by A.T. Quiller-Couch. "Yes, sir," said my host the quarryman, reaching down the relics from their hook in the wall over the chimney-piece. "They've hung there all my time, and most of my father's. The woman won't touch 'em. They're afraid of the story.
So here they'll dangle and gather dust and smoke till another tenant comes and tosses 'em out of doors for rubbish. Whew! 'Tis coarse weather, surely."
He went to the door, opened it, and stood studying the gale that beat upon his cottage front, straight from the Manacle Reef. The rain drove past him into the kitchen, aslant like threads of gold silk in the shine of the wreck-wood fire. Meanwhile, by the same firelight, I examined the relics on my knee. The metal of each was tarnished out of knowledge, but the trumpet was evidently an old cavalry trumpet, and the threads of its party-colored sling, though fretted and dusty, still hung together. Around the side drum, beneath its cracked brown varnish, I could hardly trace a royal coat of arms and a legend running per mare per terram, the motto of the Marines. Its parchment, though black and scented with wood smoke, was limp and mildewed, and I began to tighten up the straps under which the drumsticks had been loosely thrust, with the idle purpose of seeing if some music might be got out of the old drum yet. But as I turned it on my knee, I found the drum attached to the trumpet sling by a curious barrel-shaped padlock, and paused to examine this. The body of the lock was composed of half a dozen brass rings, set accurately edge to edge, and rubbing the brass with my thumb, I saw that each of the 6 had a series of letters engraved around it. I knew the trick of it, I thought. Here was one of those word padlocks, once so common, only to be opened by getting the rings to spell a certain word which the dealer confides to you. My host shut and barred the door and came back to the hearth. "'Twas just such a wind, east by south, that brought in what you've got between your hands. Back in the year 9 it was. My father has told me the tale a score of times. You're twisting round the rings, I see, but you'll never guess the word. Parson Kendall, he made the word, and he locked down a couple of ghosts in their graves with it, and when his time came he went to his own grave and took the word with him." "Whose ghosts, Matthew?"
"You want the story, I see, sir. My father could tell it better than I can. He was a young man in the year 9, unmarried at the time, and living in this very cottage, just as I be. That's how he came to get mixed up with the tale."
He took a chair, lighted a short pipe, and went on, with his eyes fixed on the dancing violet flames.
"Yes, he had been about 30-year-old in January 1809. The storm got up in the night of the 21st of that month. My father was dressed and out long before daylight. He never was one to bide in bed, let be that the gale by this time was pretty near lifting the thatch over his head. Besides which, he'd fenced a small taty patch that winter, down by Lowland Point, and he wanted to see if it stood the night's work. He took the path across Gunner's Meadow, where they buried most of the bodies afterward. The wind was right in his teeth at the time, and once on the way, he's told me this often, a great strip of oarweed came flying through the darkness and fetched him a slap on the cheek like a cold hand. He made shift pretty well till he got to Lowland, and then had to drop upon hands and knees and crawl, digging his fingers every now and then into a shingle to hold on, for he declared to me that the stones, some of them as big as a man's head, kept rolling and driving past
till it seemed the whole foreshore was moving westward under him. The fence was gone, of course, not a stick left to show where it stood, so that when first he came to the place he thought he must have missed his bearings. My father, sir, was a very religious man, and if he reckoned the end of the world was at hand, there in the great wind and night, among the moving stones, you may believe he was certain of it when he heard a gun fired, and with the same saw a flame shoot up out of the darkness to windward, making a sudden fierce light in all the place about. All he could find to think or say was, "The second coming! The second coming! The bridegroom cometh, and the wicked he will toss like a ball into a large country." And being already upon his knees, he just bowed his head and bided, saying this over and over. But by and by, between two squalls, he made bold to lift his head and look, and then by the light, bluish colour 'twas, he saw all the coast clear away to Manacle Point, and off the manacles in the thick of the weather, a sloop of war with topgallants housed, driving stern foremost toward the reef. It was she, of course, that was burning the fire. My father could see the white streak and the ports of her quite plain as she rose to it, a little outside the breakers, and he guessed easy enough that her captain had just managed to wear ship and was trying to force her nose to the sea with the help of her small bower anchor and the scrap or two of canvas that hadn't yet been blown out of her. But while he looked, she fell off, giving her broadside to it, foot by foot, and drifting back on the breakers around Carn Du and the Varses. The rocks lie so thick thereabout that 'twas a toss-up which she struck first. At any rate, my father couldn't tell at the time, for just then the flare died down and went out. Well, sir, he turned then in the dark and started back for Coverack to cry the dismal tidings, though well knowing ship and crew to be past any hope. And as he turned, the wind lifted him and tossed him forward like a ball, as he'd been saying, and homeward along the foreshore. As you know, 'tis ugly work, even by daylight, picking your way among the stones there, and my father was prettily knocked about at first in the dark. But by this 'twas nearer 7 than 6 o'clock, and the day spreading. By the time he reached North Corner, a man could see to read print. Howsoever, he looked neither out to sea nor toward Coverack, but headed straight for the first cottage, the same that stands above North Corner today. A man named Billy Ede lived there then, and when my father burst into the kitchen bawling, "Wreck! Wreck!" he saw Billy Ede's wife, Anne, standing there in her clogs, with a shawl over her head and her clothes wringing wet. "Save the chap," says Billy Ede's wife, Anne. "What d'ye mean by crying stale fish at that rate? But 'tis a wreck, I tell ye. I've a zeedin too, and so has everyone with an eye in his head." And with that she pointed straight over my father's shoulder, and he turned, and there, close under Doler Point, at the end of Coverack town, he saw another wreck washing, and the point black with people, like emmets, running to and fro in the morning light. While he stood staring at her, he heard a trumpet sounded on board, the notes coming in little jerks, like a bird rising against the wind, but faintly, of course, because of the distance and the gale blowing, though this had dropped a little.
"She's a transport," said Billy Ede's wife, Anne, "and full o' horse soldiers, fine long men. When she struck, they must have pitched the horses over first to lighten the ship, for a score o' dead horses had washed in afore I left, half an hour back. And 3 or 4 soldiers, too, fine long corpses in white breeches and jackets of blue and gold. I held the lantern to one, such a straight young man."
My father asked her about the trumpeting.
"That's the queerest bit of all. She was burning a light when me and my man joined the crowd down there. All her masts had gone. Whether they carried away or were cut away to ease her, I don't rightly know. Her keelson was broke under her, and her bottom sagged and stove, and she had just settled down like a setting hen, just the leastest list to starboard. But a man could stand there easy. They had rigged up ropes across her, from bulwark to bulwark, and beside these the men were mustered, holding on like grim death wherever the sea made a clean breach over them, and standing up like heroes as soon as it passed. The captain and the officers were clinging to the rail of the quarter-deck, all in their gold uniforms, waiting for the end as if 'twas King George they expected. There was no way to help, for she lay right beyond cast of line, though our folk tried it 50 times. And beside them clung a trumpeter, a whacking big man, and between the heavy seas he would lift his trumpet with one hand and blow a call. And every time he blew, the men gave a cheer. "There," she says, "harkee now, there he goes agin. But you won't hear no cheerin' any more, for few are left to cheer, and their voices weak. Bitter cold the wind is, and I reckon it numbs their grip o' the ropes, for they were dropping off fast with every sea when my man sent me home to get his breakfast. Another wreck, you say? Well, there's no hope for the tender dears, if 'tis the manacles. You better run down and help yonder, though 'tis little help any man can give. Not one came in alive while I was there. The tide's flowing, and she won't hold together another hour, they say." Well, sure enough, the end was coming fast when my father got down to the point. 6 men had been cast up alive, or just breathing, a seaman and 5 troopers. The seaman was the only one that had breath to speak, and while they were carrying him into the town, the word went round that the ship's name was the Despatch, transport, homeward bound from Corunna, with a detachment of the 7th Hussars that had been fighting out there with Sir John Moore. The seas had rolled her further over by this time, and given her decks a pretty sharp slope, but a dozen men still held on, 7 by the ropes near the ship's waist, a couple near the break of the poop, and 3 on the quarter-deck. Of these 3, my father made out one to be the skipper. Close to him clung an officer in full regimentals. His name, they heard after, was Captain Duncanfield. And last came the tall trumpeter, and if you'll believe me, the fellow was making shift there, to the very last, to blow God Save the King. What's more, he got to send us victorious before an extra big sea came bursting across and washed them off the deck, every man but one of the pair beneath the poop, and he dropped his hold before the next wave, being stunned, I reckon. The others went out of sight at once, But the trumpeter, being, as I said, a powerful man as well as a tough swimmer, rose like a duck, rode out a couple of breakers, and came in on the crest of the third. The folks looked to see him broke like an egg at their very feet. But when the smother cleared, there he was, lying face downward on a ledge below them. And one of the men that happened to have a rope round him, I forgot the fellow's name, if I ever heard it, jumped down and grabbed him by the ankle as he began to slip back. Before the next big sea, the pair were hauled high enough to be out of harm, and another heave brought them up to grass. Quick work, but Master Trumpeter wasn't quite dead. Nothing worse than a cracked head and 3 staved ribs. In 20 minutes or so, they had him in bed with the doctor to tend him. Now was the time, nothing being left alive upon the transport, for my father to tell of the sloop he'd seen driving upon the manacles. And when he got a hearing, though the most were set upon salvage, and believed a wreck in the hand, so to say, to be worth 6 they couldn't see, a good few volunteered to start off with him and have a look. They crossed Lowland Point, no ship to be seen on the manacles nor anywhere upon the sea. 1 or 2 was calling my father a liar. "Wait till we come to Dean Point," said he. Sure enough, on the far side of Dean Point they found the sloop's mainmast washing about with 6 men lashed to it, men in red jackets, every mother's son drowned and staring. And a little further on, just under the Dean, 3 or 4 bodies cast up on the shore, one of them a small drummer boy, side drum and all, and nearby part of the ship's gig with HMS Primrose cut on the sternboard. From this point on the shore was littered thick with wreckage and dead bodies, the most of them Marines in uniform, and in Godrevy Cove in particular a heap of furniture from the captain's cabin, and among it a watertight box, not much damaged, and full of papers by which, when it came to be examined next day, the wreck was easily made out to be the Primrose of 18 guns, outward bound from Portsmouth, with a fleet of transports for the Spanish War. 30 sail, I've heard, but I've never heard what became of them. Being handled by merchant skippers, no doubt they rode out the gale, and reached the Tagus safe and sound. Not but what the captain of the Primrose, Maine was his name, did quite right to try and club-haul his vessel when he found himself under the land, only he never ought to have got there if he took proper soundings, but it's easy talking. The Primrose, sir, was a handsome vessel. For her size, one of the handsomest in the King's service, and newly fitted out at Plymouth Dock. So the boys had brave pickings from her in the way of brass work, ship's instruments, and the like, let alone some barrels of stores not much spoiled. They loaded themselves with as much as they could carry, and started for home, meaning to make a second journey before the preventive men got wind of their doings and came to spoil the fun. "Hullo," says my father, and dropped his gear. "I do believe there's a leg moving." And running for, he stooped over the small drummer boy that I told you about. The poor little chap was lying there, with his face a mass of bruises and his eyes closed. But he had shifted one leg an inch or 2 and was still breathing. So my father pulled out a knife and cut him free from his drum,
that was lashed onto him with a double turn of manila rope, and took him up and carried him along here to this very room that we're sitting in. He lost a good deal by this, for when he went back to fetch the bundle he'd dropped, the preventive men had got hold of it, and were thick as thieves along the foreshore, so that 'twas only by paying one or two to look the other way that he picked up anything worth carrying off, which you'll allow to be hard, seeing that he was the first man to give news of the wreck. Well, the inquiry was held, of course, and my father gave evidence, and for the rest they had to trust to the sloop's papers, for not a soul was saved besides the drummer boy, and he was raving in a fever, brought on by the cold and the fright. And the seamen and the 5 troopers gave evidence about the loss of the despatch. The tall trumpeter, too, whose ribs were healing, came forward and kissed the book. But somehow his head had been hurt in coming ashore, and he talked foolish-like, and 'twas easy seen he would never be a proper man again. The others were taken up to Plymouth, and so went their ways. But the trumpeter stayed on in Coverack, and King George, finding he was fit for nothing, sent him down a trifle of a pension after a while, enough to keep him in board and lodging with a bit of tobacco over. End of Section 4. The Roll Call of the Reef, Part 1. Section 5 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. The Roll Call of the Reef, Part 2. Now, the first time that this man, William Taillefer he called himself, met with the drummer boy was about a fortnight after the little chap had bettered enough to be allowed a short walk out of doors, which he took, if you please, in full regimentals. There never was a soldier so proud of his dress. His own suit had shrunk a brave bit with the salt water, but into ordinary frock and corduroy he declared he would not get, not if he had to go naked the rest of his life. So my father, being a good-natured man and handy with the needle, turned to and repaired damages with a piece or two of scarlet cloth cut from the jacket of one of the drowned marines. Well, the poor little chap chanced to be standing in this rig-out down by the gate of Gunner's Meadow, where they had buried 200 of his comrades. The morning was a fine one, early in March month, and along came the cracked trumpeter, likewise taking a stroll. "Hullo," says he. "Good mornin'. And what might you be doing here?" "I was a-wishin'," says the boy, "I had a pair of drumsticks. Our lads were buried yonder without so much as a drum tapped or a musket fired, and that's not Christian burial for British soldiers." "What?" says the trumpeter, and spat on the ground. "A parcel of marines." The boy eyed him a second or so, and answered up, "If I'd a t'ave a turf handy, I'd bung it at your mouth, you greasy cavalryman. And learn you to speak respectful of your betters. The Marines are the handiest body of men in the service." The trumpeter looked down on him from the height of 6'2" and asked, "Did they die well?" "They died very well. There was a lot of running to and fro at first, and some of the men began to cry and a few to strip off their clothes. But when the ship fell off for the last time, Captain Mayne turned and said something to Major Griffiths, the commanding officer on board, and the major called out to me to beat to quarters. It might have been for a wedding, he sang it so cheerful. We'd had word already that 'twas to be parade order, and the men fell in as trim and decent as if they were going to church. One or two even tried to shave at the last moment. The major wore his medals. One of the seamen, seeing I had worked to keep the drum steady, the sling being a bit loose for me and the wind what you remember, lashed it tight with a piece of rope, and that saved my life afterward, a drum being as good as cork until it stove. I kept beating away until every man was on deck, and then the major formed them up and told them to die like British soldiers, and the chaplain was in the middle of a prayer when she struck. In 10 minutes she was gone. That was how they died, cavalrymen.
And that was very well done, drummer of the Marines. What's your name?
John Christian.
Mine's William George Tallifer, trumpeter of the 7th Light Dragoons, the Queen's Own. I played God Save the King while our men were drowning. Captain Duncanfield told me to sound a call or two to put them in heart. But that matter of God Save the King was a notion of my own. I won't say to hurt the feelings of a Marine, even if he's not much over 5 foot tall, but the Queen's Own Hussars is a tearin' fine regiment, as between horse and foot 'tis a question of which gets a chance. All the way from Sahugan to Corunna 'twas we that took and gave the knocks, at Mayorga and Rueda and Beneventi. The reason, sir, I can speak the names so pat is that my father learned them by heart afterward from the trumpeter, who was always talking about Mayorga and Rueda and Beneventi. We made the rear guard after General Paget, and drove the French every time, and all the infantry did was to sit about in wine shops till we whipped 'em out, and steal and straggle and play the tomfool in general. And when it came to a stand-up fight at Corunna, 'twas we that had to stay seasick aboard the transports and watch the infantry in the thick of the caper. Very well they behaved too, especially the 4th Regiment, and the 42nd Highlanders, and the dirty 50. Oh, aye, they're decent regiments, all 3. But the Queen's Own Hussars is a tearin' fine regiment. So you played on your drum when the ship was going down? Drummer John Christian, I'll have to get you a new pair of sticks.
The very next day the trumpeter marched into Helston and got a carpenter there to turn him a pair of boxwood drumsticks for the boy. And this was the beginning of one of the most curious friendships you ever heard tell of. Nothing delighted the pair more than to borrow a boat off my father and pull out to the rocks where the Primrose and the Despatch had struck and sunk. And on still days 'twas pretty to hear them out there off the Manacles, the drummer playing his tattoo, for they always took their music with them, and the trumpeter practicing calls and making his trumpet speak like an angel. But if the weather turned roughish, they'd be walking together and talking. Leastwise the youngster listened, while the other discoursed about Sir John's campaign in Spain and Portugal, telling how each little skirmish befell, and of Sir John himself and General Baird and General Paget and Colonel Vivian, his own commanding officer, and what kind of men they were, and of the last bloody stand-up at Corunna, and so forth, as if neither could have enough. But all this had to come to an end in the late summer, for the boy, John Christian, being now well and strong again, must go up to Plymouth to report himself. 'Twas his own wish, for I believe King George had forgotten all about him, but his friend wouldn't hold him back. As for the trumpeter, my father had made an arrangement to take him on as lodger as soon as the boy left, and on the morning fixed for the start he was up at the door here by 5 o'clock, with his trumpet slung by his side and all the rest of his belongings in a small valise. A Monday morning it was, and after breakfast he had fixed to walk with the boy some way on the road toward Helston, where the coach started. My father left them at breakfast together and went out to meet the pig, and do a few odd morning jobs of that sort. When he came back, the boy was still at table, and the trumpeter sat with the rings in his hands, hitched together just as they be at this moment.
"Look at this,"
he says to my father, showing him the lock.
"I picked it up off a starving brass worker in Lisbon, and it is not one of your common locks that one word of 6 letters will open at a time. There's genius in this lock, for you've only to make the ring spell any 6-letter word you please, and snap down the lock upon that, and never a soul can open it, not the maker even, until somebody comes along that knows the word you snapped it on. Now Johnny here's going, and he leaves his drum behind him, for though he can make pretty music on it, the parchment sags in wet weather by reason of the sea water getting at it. And if he carries it to Plymouth, they'll only condemn it and give him another. And as for me, I shan't have the heart to put lip to the trumpet any more when Johnny's gone. So we've chosen a word together and locked 'em together upon that, and by your leave I'll hang 'em here together on the hook over your fireplace. Maybe Johnny'll come back, maybe not. Maybe, if he comes, I'll be dead and gone, and he'll take 'em apart and try their music for old sake's sake. But if he never comes, nobody can separate 'em, for nobody beside knows the word. And if you marry and have sons, you can tell 'em that here are tied together the souls of Johnny Christian, drummer of the Marines, and William George Taillefer, once trumpeter of the Queen's Own Hussars. Amen." With that, he hung the 2 instruments upon the hook there, and the boy stood up and thanked my father and shook hands, and the pair went out of the door toward Helston. Somewhere on the road they took leave of one another, but nobody saw the parting, nor heard what was said between them. About 3 in the afternoon the trumpeter came walking back over the hill, and by the time my father came home from the fishing, the cottage was tidied up and the tea ready, and the whole place shining like a new pin. From that time for 5 years he lodged here with my father, looking after the house and tilling the garden, and all the time he was steadily failing, the hurt in his head spreading in a manner to his limbs. My father watched the feebleness growing on him, but said nothing, and from first to last neither spake a word about the drummer John Christian, nor did any letter reach them, nor word of his doings. The rest of the tale you're free to believe, sir, or not, as you please. It stands upon my father's words, and he always declared he was ready to kiss the book upon it before judge and jury. He said, too, that he never had the wit to make up such a yarn, and he defied anyone to explain about the lock, in particular, by any other tale. But you shall judge for yourself.
My father said that about 3 o'clock in the morning, April 14th, of the year 14, he and William Taillefer was sitting here, just as you and I, sir, are sitting now. My father had put on his clothes a few minutes before, and was mending his spiller by the light of the horn lantern, meaning to set off before daylight to haul the trammel. The trumpeter hadn't been to bed at all. Toward the last, he mostly spent his nights, and his days too, dozing in the elbow chair where you sit at this minute. He was dozing then, my father said, with his chin dropped forward on his chest, when a knock sounded upon the door, and the door opened, and in walked an upright young man in scarlet regimentals. He had grown a brave bit, and his face the color of wood ashes, but it was the drummer, John Christian. Only his uniform was different from the one he used to wear, and the figures 38 shone in brass upon his collar. The drummer walked past my father as if he never saw him, and stood by the elbow chair and said, "Trumpeter, trumpeter, are you one with me?" And the trumpeter just lifted the lids of his eyes and answered, "How should I not be one with you, drummer Johnny, Johnny boy? If you come, I count. If you march, I mark time, until the discharge comes." "The discharge has come tonight," said the drummer, "and the word is Corunna no longer." And stepping to the chimney place, he unhooked the drum and trumpet, and began to twist the brass rings of the lock, spelling the word aloud so: C-O-R-U-N-A. When he had fixed the last letter, the padlock opened in his hand. "Did you know, trumpeter, that when I came to Plymouth, they put me into a line regiment?" "The 38th is a good regiment," answered the old hussar, still in his dull voice. "I went back with them from Sahagun to Corunna. At Corunna they stood in General Eraser's division on the right. They behaved well." "But I'd fain see the Marines again," says the drummer, handing him the trumpet. "And you shall call once more for the Queen's Own. Matthew," he says suddenly, turning on my father. And when he turned, my father saw for the first time that his scarlet jacket had a round hole by the breastbone, and that the blood was welling there. "Matthew, we shall want your boat." And my father rose on his legs like a man in a dream, while the two slung on, the one his drum, and t'other his trumpet. He took the lantern and went quaking before them down to the shore, and they breathed heavily behind him, and they stepped into his boat, and my father pushed off. "Row you first for Dowler Point," says the drummer. So my father rowed them past the white houses of Coverack to Dowler Point, and there at a word lay on his oars. And the trumpeter, William Taillefer, put his trumpet to his mouth and sounded the reveille. The music of it was like rivers running. "They will follow," says the drummer. "Matthew, pull you now for the manacles." So my father pulled for the manacles, and came to an easy close outside Carndhu. And the drummer took his sticks and beat a tattoo, there by the edge of the reef, and the music of it was like a rolling chariot. "That will do," he says, breaking off. They will follow. Pull now for the shore under Gunner's Meadow." Then my father pulled for the shore and ran his boat in under Gunner's Meadow. And they stepped out, all three, and walked up to the meadow. By the gate the drummer halted and began his tattoo again, looking outward the darkness over the sea. And while the drum beat and my father held his breath, there came up out of the sea and the darkness a troop of many men, horse and foot, and formed up among the graves, and others rose out of the graves and formed up, drowned marines with bleached faces, and pale hussars riding their horses, all lean and shadowy. There was no clatter of hoofs or accoutrements, my father said, but a soft sound all the while, like the beating of a bird's wing, and a black shadow lay like a pool about the feet of all. The drummer stood upon a little knoll just inside the gate, and beside him the tall trumpeter, with hand on hip, watching them gather, and behind them both my father clinging to the gate. When no more came, the drummer stopped playing and said, "Call the roll." Then the trumpeter stepped toward the end man of the rank and called, "Troop Sergeant Major Thomas Irons." And the man answered in a thin voice, "Here." "Troop Sergeant Major Thomas Irons, how is it with you?" The man answered, "How should it be with me? When I was young, I betrayed a girl, and when I was grown, I betrayed a friend, and for these I must pay. But I died as a man ought. God save the king." The trumpeter called to the next man, "Trooper Henry Buckingham." And the next man answered, "Here." "Trooper Henry Buckingham, how is it with you?" "How should it be with me? I was a drunkard, and I stole, and in Lugo, in a wine shop, I killed a man. But I died as a man should. God save the king." So the trumpeter went down the line, and when he had finished, the drummer took it up, hailing the dead marines in their order. Each man answered to his name, and each man ended with "God save the king." When all were hailed, the drummer stepped backward to his mound and called, "It is well. You are content, and we are content to join you. Wait now a little while." With this, he turned and ordered my father to pick up the lantern and lead the way back. As my father picked it up, he heard the ranks of the dead men cheer and call, "God save the king," all together, and saw them waver and fade back into the dark like a breath fading off a pane. But when they came back here to the kitchen, and my father set the lantern down, it seemed they'd both forgot about him, for the drummer turned in the lantern light, and my father could see the blood still welling out of the hole in his breast, and took the trumpet sling from around the other's neck, and locked drum and trumpet together again, choosing the letters on the lock very carefully. While he did this, he said, "The word is no more Corunna, but Bayonne. As you left out an N in Corunna, so must I leave out an N in Bayonne." And before snapping the padlock, he spelt out the word slowly, B-A-Y-O-N-E. After that he used no more speech, but turned and hung the two instruments back on the hook, and then took the trumpeter by the arm, and the pair walked out into the darkness, glancing neither to right nor left. My father was on the point of following when he heard a sort of sigh behind him, and there, sitting in the elbow-chair, was the very trumpeter he had just seen walk out by the door. If my father's heart jumped before, you may believe it jumped quicker now. But after a bit he went up to the man asleep in the chair and put a hand upon him. It was the trumpeter in flesh and blood that he touched. But though the flesh was warm, the trumpeter was dead. Well, sir, they buried him 3 days after, and at first my father was minded to say nothing about his dream as he thought it. But the day after the funeral he met Parson Kendall coming from Helston Market, and the parson called out, "Have ye heard the news the coach brought down this morning?" "What news?" says my father. "Why, that peace is agreed upon." "None too soon," says my father. "Not soon enough for our poor lads at Bayonne," the parson answered. "Bayonne!" cries my father with a jump. "Why, yes." And the parson told him all about a great sally the French had made on the night of April 13th. "Do you happen to know if the 38th Regiment was engaged?" my father asked. "Come now," said Parson Kendall. "I didn't know you was so well up in the campaign. But, as it happens, I do know that the 38th was engaged, for 'twas they that held a cottage and stopped the French advance." Still my father held his tongue, and when, a week later, he walked into Helston and bought a Mercury off the Sherborne writer, and got the landlord of the Angel to spell out the list of killed and wounded, sure enough, there among the killed was drummer John Christian of the 38th Foot. After this, there was nothing for a religious man but to make a clean breast. So my father went up to Parson Kendall and told the whole story. The parson listened and put a question or two, and then asked, "Have you tried to open the lock since that night?" "I haven't dared to touch it," said my father. "Then come along and try." When the parson came to the cottage here, he took the things off the hook and tried the lock. "Did he say Bayonne? The word has 7 letters." "Not if you spell it with one N as he did," says my father. The parson spelled it out, Bayone. "Whew!" says he, for the lock has fallen open in his hand. He stood considering it a moment, and then he says, "I tell you what, I shouldn't blab this all around the parish if I was you. You won't get no credit for truth-telling, and a miracle's wasted on a set of fools. But if you like, I'll shut down the lock again upon a holy word that no one but me shall know, and neither drummer nor trumpeter, dead or alive, shall frighten the secret out of me." "I wish to heaven you would, parson," said my father. The parson chose the holy word there and then, and shut the lock upon it, and hung the drum and trumpet back in their place. He is gone long since, taking the word with him. and till the lock is broken by force, nobody will ever separate these two. End of Section 5. The Roll Call of the Reef, Part 2, by A.T. Quiller-Couch. Section 6 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6, The Open Door by Mrs. Margaret Oliphant, Part 1. I took the house of Brentwood on my return from India in 18 for the temporary accommodation of my family until I could find a permanent home for them. It had many advantages which made it peculiarly appropriate. It was within reach of Edinburgh, and my boy Roland, whose education had been considerably neglected, could ride in and out to school, which was thought to be better for him than either leaving him home altogether or staying there always with a tutor. The lad was doubly precious to us, being the only one left to us of many, and he was fragile in body, we believed, and deeply sensitive in mind. The two girls also found at Brentwood everything they wanted. They were near enough to Edinburgh to have masters and lessons, as many as they required for completing that never-ending education which the young people seem to require nowadays. Brentwood stands on that fine and wealthy slope of country, one of the richest in Scotland, which lies between the Pentland Hills and the Firth. In clear weather you could see the blue gleam of the great estuary on one side of you, and on the other the blue heights. Edinburgh, with its two lesser heights, the Castle and Calton Hill, its spires and towers piercing through the smoke, and Arthur's Seat lying crouched behind, like a guardian no longer very needful, taking his repose beside the well-beloved charge, which is now, so to speak, able to care of itself without him, lay at our right hand. The village of Brentwood, with its prosaic houses, lay in a hollow almost under our house. Village architecture does not flourish in Scotland. Still, a cluster of houses on different elevations, with scraps of garden coming in between, a hedgerow with clothes laid out to dry, the opening of a street with its rural sociability, the woman at their doors, the slow wagon lumbering along, gives a centre to the landscape. In the park which surrounded the house were the ruins of the former mansion of Brentwood, a much smaller and less important house than the solid Georgian edifice which we inhabited. The ruins were picturesque, however, and gave importance to the place. Even we, who were but temporary tenants, felt a vague pride in them, as if they somehow reflected a certain consequence upon ourselves. The old building had the remains of a tower, an indistinguishable mass of mason work overgrown with ivy, and the shells of the walls attached to this were half filled up with soil. At a little distance were some very commonplace and disjointed fragments of buildings, one of them suggesting a certain pathos by its very commonness and the complete wreck which it showed. This was the end of a low gable, a bit of grey wall, all encrusted with lichens, in which was a common doorway. Probably it had been a servant's entrance, a back door or opening into what are called the offices in Scotland. No offices remained to be entered. Pantry and kitchen had all been swept out of being. but there stood the doorway, open and vacant, free to all the winds, to the rabbits and every wild creature. It struck my eye the first time I went to Brentwood like a melancholy comment upon a life that was over. A door that led to nothing, closed once perhaps with anxious care, bolted and guarded, now void of any meaning. It impressed me, I remember, from the first. So perhaps it may be said that my mind was prepared to attach to it an importance which nothing justified. The summer was a very happy period of repose for us all, and it was when the family had settled down for the winter, when the days were short and dark, and the rigorous rain of frost upon us, that the incidents occurred which alone could justify me in intruding upon the world my private affairs. I was absent in London when these events began. In London, an old Indian plunges back into the interests with which all his previous life has been associated, and meets old friends at every step. I had been circulating among some half-dozen of these, and had missed some of my home letters. It is never safe to miss one's letters. In this transitory life, as the prayer book says, how can one ever be certain what is going to happen? All was well at home. I knew exactly, I thought, what they would have to say to me. The weather has been so fine that Roland has not once gone by train, and he enjoys the ride beyond anything. Dear papa, be sure that you don't forget anything, but bring us so-and-so and so-and-so. A list as long as my arm. Dear girls and dearer mother, I would not for the world have forgotten their commissions or lost their little letters. When I got back to my club, however, 3 or 4 letters were lying for me, upon some of which I noticed the immediate, urgent, which old-fashioned people and anxious people still believe will influence the post office and quicken the speed of the mails. I was about to open one of these when the club porter brought me 2 telegrams, one of which, he said, had arrived the night before. I opened, as was to be expected, the last first, and this is what I read. "Why don't you come or answer? For God's sake, come. He is much worse." This was a thunderbolt to fall upon a man's head who had only one son, and he the light of his eyes. The other telegram, which I opened with hands trembling so much that I lost time by my haste, was to much the same purpose. "No better. Doctor afraid of brain fever. Calls for you day and night. Let nothing detain you." The first thing I did was to look up the timetables to see if there was any way of getting off sooner than by the night train, though I knew well enough there was not. And then I read the letters which furnished, alas, too clearly all the details. They told me that the boy had been pale for some time, with a scared look. His mother had noticed it before I left home, but would not say anything to alarm me. This look had increased day by day, and soon it was observed that Roland came home at a wild gallop through the park, his pony panting and in foam, himself as white as a sheet, but with the perspiration streaming from his forehead. For a long time he had resisted all questioning, but at length had developed such strange changes of mood, showing a reluctance to go to school, a desire to be fetched in the carriage at night, which was a ridiculous piece of luxury, an unwillingness to go out into the grounds, and nervous start at every sound, that his mother had insisted upon an explanation. When the boy, Our boy Roland, who had never known what fear was, began to talk to her of voices he had heard in the park and shadows that had appeared to him among the ruins. My wife promptly put him to bed and sent for Dr. Simpson, which of course was the only thing to do. I hurried off that evening, as may be supposed, with an anxious heart. How I got through the hours before the starting of the train I cannot tell. We must all be thankful for the quickness of the railway when in anxiety. But to have thrown myself into a post-chaise as soon as horses could be put to would have been a relief. I got to Edinburgh very early in the blackness of winter morning, and scarcely dared look the man in the face, at whom I gasped, "What news?" My wife had sent the brougham for me, which I concluded, before the man spoke, was a bad sign. His answer was that stereotyped answer which leaves the imagination so wildly free. Just the same. Just the same. What might that mean? The horses seemed to me to creep along the long, dark country road. As we dashed through the park, I thought I heard someone moaning among the trees, and clenched my fist at him, whoever he might be, with fury. Why had the fool of a woman at the gate allowed anyone to come in to disturb the quiet of the place? If I had not been in such hot haste to get home, I think I should have stopped the carriage and got out to see what tramp it was that had made an entrance and chosen my grounds, of all places in the world, when my boy was ill, to grumble and groan in. But I had no reason to complain of our slow pace here. The horses flew like lightning along the intervening path, and drew up at the door all panting, as if they had run a race. My wife stood waiting to receive me with a pale face and a candle in her hand, which made her look paler still as the wind blew the flame about. "He is sleeping," she said in a whisper, as if her voice might wake him. And I replied, when I could find my voice, also in a whisper, as though the jingling of the horses' furniture and the sound of their hoofs must not have been more dangerous. I stood on the steps with her a moment, almost afraid to go in, now that I was here, and it seemed to me that I saw without observing, if I may so say, that the horses were unwilling to turn round, though their stables lay that way, or that the men were unwilling. These things occurred to me afterwards, though at the moment I was not capable of anything but to ask questions and to hear of the condition of the boy. I looked at him from the door of his room, for we were afraid to go near, lest we should disturb that blessed sleep. It looked like actual sleep, not the lethargy into which my wife told me he would sometimes fall. She told me everything in the next room which communicated with his, rising now and then, and going to the door of the communication. And in this there was much that was very startling and confusing to my mind. It appeared that ever since the winter began, since it was early dark and night had fallen before his return from school, he had been hearing voices among the ruins. At first, only a groaning, he said, at which his pony was as much alarmed as he was, but by degrees a voice. The tears ran down my wife's cheeks as she described to me how he would start up in the night and cry out, "Oh, mother, let me in! Oh, mother, let me in!" with a pathos which rent her heart. And she sitting there all the time, only longing to do everything his heart could desire. but though she would try to soothe him, crying, "You are at home, my darling. I am here. Don't you know me? Your mother is here." He would only stare at her, and after a while spring up again with the same cry. At other times he would be quite reasonable, she said, asking eagerly when I was coming, but declaring that he must go with me as soon as I did so, to let them in. "The doctor thinks his nervous system must have received a shock," my wife said. "Oh, Henry, can it be that we have pushed him on too much with his work? A delicate boy like Roland. And what is his work in comparison with his health? Even you would think little of honors or prizes if it hurt the boy's health. Even I, as if I were an inhuman father sacrificing my child to my ambition. But I would not increase her trouble by taking any notice. There was just daylight enough to see his face when I went to him, and what a change in a fortnight. He was paler and more worn, I thought, than even in those dreadful days in the plains before we left India. His hair seemed to me to have grown long and lank. His eyes were like blazing lights projecting out of his white face. He got hold of my hand in a cold and tremulous clutch, and waved to everybody to go away. "Go away, even mother," he said. "Go away." This went to her heart, for she did not like that even I should have more of the boy's confidence than herself. But my wife has never been a woman to think of herself, and she left us alone. "Are they all gone?" he said eagerly. "They would not let me speak. The doctor treated me as if I were a fool. You know I'm not a fool, Papa." "Yes, yes, my boy, I know. But you are ill, and quiet is so necessary. You are not only not a fool, Roland, but you are reasonable and understand. When you are ill, you must deny yourself. You must not do everything that you might do being well." He waved his thin hand with a sort of indignation. "Then, father, I am not ill," he cried. "Oh, I thought when you came you would not stop me. You would see the sense of it. What do you think is the matter with me, all of you? Simpson is well enough, but he's only a doctor. What do you think is the matter with me? I am no more ill than you are. A doctor, of course, he thinks you are ill the moment he looks at you. That's what he's there for, and claps you into bed." "Which is the best place for you at present, my dear boy." "I made up my mind," cried the little fellow, "that I would stand it till you came home. I said to myself, I won't frighten mother and the girls. But now, father," he cried, half jumping out of bed, "it's not illness. It's a secret." His eyes shone so wildly, his face was so swept with strong feeling, that my heart sank within me. It could be nothing but fever that did it, and fever had been so fatal. I got him into my arms to put him back into bed. "Roland," I said, humoring the poor child, which I knew was the only way, "if you are going to tell me this secret to do any good, you know you must be quite quiet and not excite yourself. If you excite yourself, I must not let you speak." "Yes, father," said the boy. He was quiet directly, like a man, as if he quite understood. When I had laid him back on his pillow, he looked up at me with that grateful, sweet look with which children, when they are ill, break one's heart. the water coming into his eyes in his weakness. "I was sure as soon as you were here you would know what to do," he said. "To be sure, my boy. Now keep quiet and tell it all out like a man." To think I was telling lies to my own child, for I did it only to humor him, thinking, poor little fellow, his brain was wrong. "Yes, father. Father, there is someone in the park, someone that has been badly used." "Hush, my dear. You remember there is to be no excitement. Well, who is this somebody, and who has been ill-using him? We will soon put a stop to that." "Ah," cried Roland, "but it is not so easy as you think. I don't know who it is. It is just a cry. Oh, if you could hear it. It gets into my head in my sleep. I hear it as clear as clear. And they think that I am dreaming or raving, perhaps," the boy said, with a sort of disdainful smile. This look of his perplexed me. It was less like fever than I thought. "Are you quite sure you have not dreamed it, Roland?" I said. "Dreamed that?" He was springing up again when he suddenly bethought himself and lay down flat with the same sort of smile on his face. "The pony heard it too," he said. "She jumped as if she had been shot. If I had not grasped at the reins, for I was frightened, father—" "No shame to you, my boy," said I, though I scarcely knew why. "If I hadn't held to her like a leech, she'd have pitched me over her head, and never drew breath till we were at the door. Did the pony dream it?" he said with a soft disdain, yet indulgence for my foolishness. Then he added slowly, "It was only a cry the first time, and all the time before you went away. I wouldn't tell you, for it was so wretched to be frightened. I thought it might be a hare or a rabbit snared. And I went in the morning and looked, but there was nothing. It was after you went I heard it really first, and this is what he says." He raised himself on his elbow close to me and looked me in the face. "Oh, mother, let me in! Oh, mother, let me in!" As he said the words, a mist came over his face, the mouth quivered, the soft features all melted and changed, and when he had ended these pitiful words, dissolved in a shower of heavy tears. Was it a hallucination? Was it the fever of the brain? Was it the disordered fancy caused by great bodily weakness? How could I tell? I thought it wisest to accept it as if it were all true. "This is very touching, Roland," I said. "Oh, if you had just heard it, father," I said to myself. "If father heard it, he would do something. But mamma, you know she's given over to Simpson, and that fellow's a doctor and never thinks of anything but clapping you into bed." "We must not blame Simpson for being a doctor, Roland." "No, no," said my boy with delightful toleration and indulgence. "Oh, no, that's the good of him. That's what he's for, I know that. But you are different. You are just father, and you'll do something. Directly, papa, directly, this very night." "Surely," I said. "No doubt it is some little lost child." He gave me a sudden swift look, investigating my face as though to see whether, after all, this was everything my eminence as father came to. No more than that. Then
He got hold of my shoulder, clutching it with his thin hand. "Look here," he said with a quiver in his voice. "Suppose it wasn't living at all." "My dear boy, how then could you have heard it?" I said. He turned away from me with a pettish exclamation. "As if you didn't know better than that." "Do you want to tell me it is a ghost?" I said. Roland withdrew his hand. His countenance assumed an aspect of great dignity and gravity. A slight quiver remained about his lips. "Whatever it was, you always said we were not to call names. It was something in trouble. Oh, father, in terrible trouble." "But, my boy," I said, I was at my wit's end. "If it was a child that was lost, or any poor human creature, but Roland, what do you want me to do?" "I should know if I was you," said the child eagerly. "That is what I always said to myself. Father will know. Oh, papa, papa, to have to face it night after night, and such terrible, terrible trouble, and never to be able to do it any good. I don't want to cry. It's like a baby, I know, but what can I do else? Out there all by itself in the ruin, and nobody to help it. I can't bear it," cried my generous boy. And in his weakness he burst out, after many attempts to restrain it, into a great childish fit of sobbing and tears. I do not know that I was ever in a greater perplexity in my life, and afterwards, when I thought of it, there was something comic in it too. It is bad enough to find your child's mind possessed with a conviction that he had seen or heard a ghost, but that he should require you to go instantly and help that ghost was the most bewildering experience that had ever come my way. I did my best to console my boy without giving any promise of this astonishing kind. But he was too sharp for me. He would have none of my caresses. With sobs breaking in at intervals upon his voice, and the raindrops hanging on his eyelids, he yet returned to the charge. "It will be there now. It will be there all the night. Oh, think, papa, think if it was me. I can't rest for thinking of it. Don't," he cried, putting away my hand. "Don't. You go and help it, and mother can take care of me." "But, Roland, what can I do?" My boy opened his eyes, which were large with weakness and fever, and gave me a smile such, I think, as sick children only know the secret of. "I was sure you would know as soon as you came. I always said, Father will know. And mother," he cried, with a softening of repose upon his face, his limbs relaxing, his form sinking with a luxurious ease in his bed, "mother can come and take care of me." End of Section 6. The Open Door, Part 1. Section 7 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. The Open Door, Part 2. I called her, and saw him turn to her with the complete dependence of a child, and then I went away and left them, as perplexed a man as any in Scotland, I must say. However, I had this consolation, that my mind was greatly eased about Roland.
He might be under a hallucination, but his head was clear enough, and I did not think him so ill as everybody else did. The girls were astonished even at the ease with which I took it. "How do you think he is?" they said in a breath, coming round me, laying hold of me. "Not half so ill as I expected," I said. "Not very bad at all." "Oh, Papa, you are a darling," cried Agatha, kissing me and crying upon my shoulder, while little Jeanie, who was as pale as Roland, clasped both her arms round mine and could not speak at all. I knew nothing about it, not half so much as Simpson, but they believed in me. They had a feeling that all would go right now. God is very good to you when your children look to you like that. It makes one humble, not proud. I was not worthy of it, and then I recollected that I had to act the part of a father to Roland's ghost, which made me almost laugh, though I might just as well have cried. It was the strangest mission that ever was entrusted to mortal man. It was then I remembered suddenly the looks of the men when they turned to take the brougham to the stables in the dark that morning. They had not liked it, and the horses had not liked it. I remembered that even in my anxiety about Roland, I had heard them tearing along the avenue back to the stables, and had made a memorandum mentally that I must speak of it. It seemed to me that the best thing I could do was go to the stables now and make a few inquiries. The coachman was the head of this little colony, and it was to his house I went to pursue my investigations. He was a native of the district, and had taken care of the place in the absence of the family for years. It was impossible but that he must know everything that was going on, and all the traditions of the place. The men I could see eyed me anxiously when I thus appeared at such an hour among them, and followed me with their eyes to Jarvis's house, where he lived alone with his old wife, their children being all married and out in the world. Mrs. Jarvis met me with anxious questions. How was the poor young gentleman? But the others knew, I could see by their faces, that not even this was the foremost thing in my mind. After a while I elicited without much difficulty the whole story. In the opinion of the Jarvises, and of everybody about, the certainty that the place was haunted was beyond all doubt. As Sandy and his wife warmed to the tale, one tripping up another in their eagerness to tell everything, it gradually developed as distinct a superstition as I ever heard, and not without poetry and pathos. How long it was since the voice had been heard first, nobody could tell with certainty. Jarvis's opinion was that his father, who had been coachman at Brentwood before him, had never heard anything about it, and that the whole thing had arisen within the last 10 years, since the complete dismantling of the old house, which was a wonderfully modern date for a tale so well authenticated. According to these witnesses, and to several whom I questioned afterwards, and who were all in perfect agreement, it was only in the months of November and December that the visitation occurred. During these months, the darkest of the year, scarcely a night passed without the recurrence of these inexplicable cries. Nothing, it was said, had ever been seen, at least nothing that could be identified. Some people, bolder or more imaginative than the others, had seen the darkness moving, Mrs. Jarvis said, with unconscious poetry. It began when night fell, and continued at intervals till day broke. Very often it was only an inarticulate cry and moaning, but sometimes the words which had taken possession of my poor boy's fancy had been distinctly audible. "Oh, mother, let me in." The Jarvises were not aware that there had ever been any investigation into it. The estate of Brentwood had lapsed into the hands of a distant branch of the family, who had lived but little there, and of the many people who had taken it, as I had done, few had remained through 2 Decembers, and nobody had taken the trouble to make a very close examination into the facts. "No, no," Jarvis said, shaking his head. "No, no, Colonel. Wha would set themselves up for a laughing-stock to all the countryside, making a wark about a ghost? Naebody believes in ghosts. It bid to be the wind in the trees, the last gentleman said, or some effect of the water wrastling among the rocks. He said it was a quite easy explained, but he gave up the hoose. And when you came, Colonel, we were awful anxious you should never hear. What for should I have spoiled the bargain and hammered the property for nothing?" "Do you call my child's life nothing?" I said in the trouble of the moment, unable to restrain myself. "And instead of telling this all to me, you have told it to him, to a delicate boy, a child unable to sift evidence or judge for himself, a tender-hearted young creature." I was walking about the room with an anger all the hotter that I felt it to be most likely quite unjust. My heart was full of bitterness against the stolid retainers of a family who were content to risk other people's children and comfort, rather than let a house lie empty. If I had been warned, I might have taken precautions, or left the place, or sent Roland away, 100 things which now I could not do. And here I was with my boy in a brain fever, and his life, the most precious life on earth, hanging in the balance, dependent on whether or not I could get to the reason of a commonplace ghost story. "Colonel," said Jarvis solemnly, "and she'll bear me witness, the young gentleman never heard a word from me. No, nor from either groom nor gardener. I'll gie ye my word for that. In the first place, is no a lad that invites ye to talk. There are some that are and that arena. Some will draw ye on till ye've telt them a clatter of the town and a' ye ken, and whiles mair. But Maister Roland, his mind's full of his books. He's aye civil and kind, and a fine lad, but no that sort. And ye see it's for our interest, Colonel, that ye should stay at Brentwood. I took it upon me myself to pass the word. No a syllable to Maister Roland, nor to the young laddies, no a syllable. The women servants that have little reason to be out at night ken little or nothing about it, and some think it grand to have a ghost so long as they're no in the way of coming across it. If you would have been telt the story to begin with, maybe ye would have thought so yourself." This was true enough. I should not have been above the idea of a ghost myself. Oh, yes, I claim no exemption. The girls would have been delighted. I could fancy their eagerness, their interest, and excitement. No, if we had been told, it would have done no good. We should have made the bargain all the more eagerly, the fools that we are. "Come with me, Jarvis," I said hastily, "and we'll make an attempt to at least investigate. Say nothing to the men or to anybody. Be ready for me about 10 o'clock. Me, Colonel? Jarvis said in a faint voice. I had not been looking at him in my own preoccupation, but when I did so, I found that the greatest change had come over the fat and ruddy coachman. Me, Colonel, he repeated, wiping the perspiration from his brow. There's nothing I wouldna do to pleasure ye, Colonel, but if you'll reflect that I am no use to my feet. With a horse atween my legs, with reins in my hand, I may be nae worse than other men, but unfit, Colonel. It's no the boggles, but I've been cavalry, ye see, with a hoarse little laugh, all my life, to face a thing ye dinna understand, on your feet, Colonel. He believes in it, Colonel, and ye dinna believe in it, the woman said. Will you come with me? I said, turning to her. She jumped back, upsetting her chair in the bewilderment. Me! With a scream, and then fell into a sort of hysterical laugh. I wouldna say but what I would go. But what would the folks say to hear of Colonel Mortimer with an old silly woman at his heels? The suggestion made me laugh too, though I had little inclination for it. I'm sorry you have so little spirit, Jarvis, I said. I must find someone else, I suppose. Jarvis, touched by this, began to remonstrate, but I cut him short. My butler was a soldier who had been with me in India, and was not supposed to fear anything, man or devil. Certainly not the former, and I felt that I was losing time. The Jarvises were too thankful to get rid of me. They attended me to the door with the most anxious courtesies. Outside, the 2 grooms stood close by, a little confused by my sudden exit. I don't know if perhaps they had been listening, at least standing as near as possible, to catch any scrap of the conversation. I waved my hand to them as I went past, in answer to their salutations, and it was very apparent to me that they also were glad to see me go. And it will be thought very strange, but it would be weak not to add that I myself, though bent on the investigation I have spoken of, pledged to Roland to carry it out, and feeling that my boy's health, perhaps his life, depended on the result of my inquiry, I felt the most unaccountable reluctance, now that it was dark, to pass the ruins on my way home. My curiosity was intense, and yet it was all my mind could do to pull my body along. I dare say the scientific people would describe it the other way, and attribute my cowardice to the state of my stomach. I went on, but if I had followed my impulse, I should have turned and bolted. Everything in me seemed to cry out against it. My heart thumped. My pulses all began like sledgehammers, beating against my ears and every sensitive part. It was very dark, as I have said. The old house, with its shapeless tower, loomed a heavy mass through the darkness, which was only not entirely so solid as itself. On the other hand, the great dark cedars of which we were so proud seemed to fill up the night. My foot strayed out of the path in my confusion and the gloom together, and I brought myself up with a cry as I felt myself knocked against something solid. What was it? The contact with hard stone and lime and prickly bramble bushes restored me a little to myself. Oh, it's only the old gable, I said aloud, with a little laugh to reassure myself. The rough feeling of the stones reconciled me, As I groped about thus, I shook off my visionary folly. What so easily explained is that I should have strayed from the path in the darkness. This brought me back to common existence, as if I had been shaken by a wise hand out of all the silliness of superstition. How silly it was, after all! What did it matter which path I took? I laughed again, this time with better heart, when suddenly, in a moment, the blood was chilled in my veins, a shiver stole along my spine, my faculties seemed to forsake me. Close by me, at my side, at my feet, there was a sigh. No, not a groan, not a moaning, not anything so tangible, a perfectly soft, faint, inarticulate sigh. I sprang back, and my heart stopped beating. Mistaken. No, mistake was impossible. I heard it as clearly as I hear myself speak. A long, soft, weary sigh, as if drawn to the utmost and emptying out a load of sadness that filled the breast. To hear this in the solitude, in the dark, in the night, though it was still early, had an effect which I cannot describe. I feel it now, something cold creeping over me into my hair and down to my feet, which refused to move. I cried out with a trembling voice, "Who is there?" as I had done before, but there was no reply. End of Section 7. The Open Door, Part 2. Section 8 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. The Open Door, Part 3. I got home I don't quite know how, but in my mind there was no longer any indifference as to the thing, whatever it was, that haunted these ruins. My skepticism disappeared like a mist. I was as firmly determined that there was something as Roland was. I did not for a moment pretend to myself that it was possible I could be deceived. There were movements and noises which I understood all about. Cracklings of small branches in the frost, and little rolls of gravel on the path, such as have a very eerie sound sometimes, and perplex you with wonder as to who has done it, when there is no real mystery. But I assure you, all these little movements of nature don't affect you one bit when there is something. I understood them. I did not understand the sigh. That was not simple nature. There was meaning in it, feeling, the soul of a creature invisible. This is the thing that human nature trembles at. A creature invisible, yet with sensations, feelings, a power somehow of expressing itself. Bagley was in the hall as usual when I went in. He was always there in the afternoon, always with the appearance of perfect occupation, yet, so far as I know, never doing anything. The door was open, so that I hurried in without any pause, breathless. But the sight of his calm regard, as he came to help me off with my overcoat, subdued me in a moment. Anything out of the way, anything incomprehensible, faded to nothing in the presence of Bagley. You saw and wondered how he was made, the parting of his hair, the tie of his white neckcloth, the fit of his trousers, all perfect as works of art. But you could see how they were done, which makes all the difference. I flung myself upon him, so to speak, without waiting to note the extreme unlikeliness of the man to anything of the kind I meant. "Bagley," I said, "I want you to come out with me tonight to watch for—" "Poachers, Colonel?" he said, a gleam of pleasure running all over him. "No, Bagley, a great deal worse," I cried. "Yes, Colonel. At what hour, sir?" the man said. But then I had not told him what it was. It was 10 o'clock when we set out. All was perfectly quiet indoors. My wife was with Roland, who had been quite calm, she said, and who, though no doubt the fever must run its course, had been better ever since I came. I told Bagley to put on a thick greatcoat over his evening coat, and did the same myself with strong boots, for the soil was like a sponge or worse. Talking to him, I almost forgot what we were going to do. It was darker even than it had been before, and Bagley kept very close to me as we went along. I had a small lantern in my hand, which gave us a partial guidance. We had come to the corner where the path turns. On one side was the bowling green, which the girls had taken possession of for their croquet ground, a wonderful enclosure surrounded by high hedges of holly, 300 years old and more. On the other, the ruins. Both were black as night, but before we got so far, there was a little opening in which we could just discern the trees and the lighter line of the road. I thought it best to pause there and take breath. "Bagley," I said, "there's something about these ruins I don't understand. It is there I am going. Keep your eyes open and your wits about you. Be ready to pounce upon any stranger you see, anything, man or woman. Don't hurt, but seize anything you see." "Colonel," said Bagley, with a little tremor in his breath, "they do say there's things here, as is neither man nor woman." There was no time for words. "Are you game to follow me, my man? That's the question," I said. Bagley fell in without a word and saluted. I knew then I had nothing to fear. We went, so far as I could guess, exactly as I had come, when I heard that sigh. The darkness, however, was so complete that all marks, as of trees or paths, disappeared. One moment we felt our feet on the gravel, another sinking noiselessly into the slippery grass, that was all. I had shut up my lantern, not wishing to scare anyone, whoever it might be. Bagley followed, it seemed to me, exactly in my footsteps as I made my way, as I supposed, towards the mass of the ruined house. We seemed to take a long time groping along seeking this. The squash of the wet soil under our feet was the only thing that marked our progress. After a while I stood still to see, or rather feel, where we were. The darkness was very still, but no stiller than is usual in a winter's night. The sounds I have mentioned, the crackling of twigs, the roll of a pebble, the sound of some rustle in the dead leaves or creeping creature on the grass, were audible when you listened, all mysterious enough when your mind is disengaged, but to me cheering now as signs of the livingness of nature, even in the death of the frost. As we stood still, there came up from the trees in the glen the prolonged hoot of an owl. Bagley started with alarm, being in a state of general nervousness, and not knowing what he was afraid of. But to me the sound was encouraging and pleasant, being so comprehensible. "An owl," I said under my breath.
Yes, Colonel," said Bagley, his teeth chattering. We stood still about 5 minutes, while it broke into the still brooding of the air, the sound widening out in circles, dying upon the darkness. This sound, which is not a cheerful one, made me almost gay. It was natural and relieved the tension of the mind. I moved on with new courage, my nervous excitement calming down. When all at once, quite suddenly, close to us, at our feet, there broke out a cry. I made a spring backwards in the first moment of surprise and horror, and in doing so came sharply against the same rough masonry and brambles that had struck me before. This new sound came upwards from the ground, a low, moaning, wailing voice, full of suffering and pain. The contrast between it and the hoot of the owl was indescribable, the one with a wholesome wildness and naturalness that hurt nobody, the other a sound that made one's blood curdle, full of human misery. With a great deal of fumbling, for in spite of everything I could do to keep up my courage, my hands shook, I managed to remove the slide of my lantern. The light leaped out like something living, and made the place visible in a moment. We were what would have been inside the ruined building, had anything remained but the gable wall which I have described. It was close to us, the vacant doorway in it, going out straight into the blackness outside. The light showed the bit of wall, the ivy glistening upon it in clouds of dark green, the bramble branches waving, and below, the open door, a door that led to nothing. It was from this the voice came which died out just as the light flashed upon this strange scene. There was a moment's silence, and then it broke forth again. The sound was so near, so penetrating, so pitiful, that in the nervous start I gave, the light fell out of my hand. As I groped for it in the dark, my hand was clutched by Bagley, who I think must have dropped upon his knees. But I was too much perturbed myself to think much of this. He clutched at me in the confusion of his terror, forgetting all his usual decorum. "For God's sake, what is it, sir?" he gasped.
If I yielded, there was evidently an end of both of us. "I can't tell," I said, "any more than you. That's what we've got to find out. Up, man, up!" I pulled him to his feet. "Will you go round and examine the other side, or will you stay here with the lantern?" Bagley gasped at me with a face of horror.
"Can't we stay together, Colonel?"
he said. His knees were trembling under him. I pushed him against the corner of the wall and put the light into his hands. "Stand fast till I come back. Shake yourself together, man. Let nothing pass you," I said. The voice was within 2 or 3 feet of us. Of that there could be no doubt. I went myself to the other side of the wall, keeping close to it. The light shook in Bagley's hand, but tremulous though it was, shone out through the vacant door, one oblong block of light, marking all the crumbling corners and hanging masses of foliage. Was that something dark huddled in a heap by the side of it? I pushed forward across the light in the doorway, and fell upon it with my hands, but it was only a juniper bush growing close against the wall. Meanwhile, the sight of my figure crossing the doorway had brought Bagley's nervous excitement to a height. He flew at me, gripping my shoulder.
"I've got him, Colonel! I've got him!" he cried, with a voice of sudden exultation. He thought it was a man and was at once relieved. But at the moment the voice burst forth again between us at our feet, more close to us than any separate being could be. He dropped off from me and fell against the wall, his jaw dropping as if he were dying. I suppose at the same moment he saw that it was me whom he had clutched. I, for my part, had scarcely more command of myself. I snatched the light out of his hand and flashed it all about me wildly. Nothing, the juniper bush which I thought I had never seen before, the heavy growth of the glistening ivy, the brambles waving. It was close to my ears now, crying, pleading, as if for life. Either I heard the same words Roland had heard, or else, in my excitement, his imagination got possession of mine. The voice went on, growing into distinct articulation, but wavering about, now from one point, now from another, as if the owner of it were moving slowly back and forward. "Mother, mother!" And then an outburst of wailing. As my mind steadied, getting accustomed, as one's mind gets accustomed to anything, it seemed to me as if some uneasy, miserable creature was pacing up and down before a closed door. Sometimes, but that must have been excitement, I thought I heard a sound like knocking, and then another burst. "Oh, mother, mother!" All this close to the space where I was standing with my lantern, now before me, now behind me, a creature restless, unhappy, moaning, crying before the vacant doorway, which no one could either shut or open more. "Do you hear it, Bagley? Do you hear what it is saying?" I cried, stepping in through the doorway. He was lying against the wall, his eyes glazed, half dead with terror. He made a motion of his lips as if to answer me, but no sounds came. Then lifted his hand with a curious imperative movement, as if ordering me to be silent and listen. And how long I did so, I cannot tell. It began to have an interest, an exciting hold upon me, which I could not describe. It seemed to call up visibly a scene anyone could understand, a something shut out, restlessly wandering to and fro. Sometimes the voice dropped, as if throwing itself down. Sometimes wandered off a few paces, growing sharp and clear. "Oh, mother, let me in! Oh, mother, mother, let me in! Oh, let me in!" Every word was clear to me. No wonder the boy had gone wild with pity. I tried to steady my mind upon Roland, upon his conviction that I could do something. But my head swam with the excitement, even when I partially overcame the terror. At last the words died away, and there was a sound of sobs and moaning. I cried out, "In the name of God, who are you?" with a kind of feeling in my mind that to use the name of God was profane, seeing that I did not believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. But I did it all the same, and waited, my heart giving a leap of terror lest there should be a reply. Why this should have been, I cannot tell, but I had a feeling that if there was an answer, it would be more than I could bear. But there was no answer. The moaning went on, and then, as if it had been real, the voice rose a little higher, the words recommenced. "Oh, mother, let me in! Oh, mother, let me in!" with an expression that was heartbreaking to hear.
As if it had been real. What do I mean by that? I suppose I got less alarmed as the thing went on. I began to recover the use of my senses. I seemed to explain it all to myself by saying that this had once happened, that it was a recollection of a real scene. Why there should have seemed something quite satisfactory and composing in this explanation, I cannot tell, but so it was. I began to listen almost as if it had been a play, forgetting Bagley, who, I almost think, had fainted, leaning against the wall. I was started out of this strange spectatorship that had fallen upon me by the sudden rush of something which made my heart jump once more, a large black figure in the doorway waving its arms.
"Come in! Come in! Come in!"
it shouted out hoarsely at the top of a deep bass voice, and then poor Bagley fell down senseless across the threshold. He was less sophisticated than I. He had not been able to bear it any longer. I took him for something supernatural, as he took me, and it was some time before I awoke to the necessities of the moment. I remembered only after that from the time I began to give my attention to the man, I heard the other voice no more. It was some time before I brought him to. It must have been a strange scene, the lantern making a luminous spot in the darkness, the man's white face lying on the black earth, I over him, doing what I could for him. Probably I should have been thought to be murdering him had anyone seen us. When at last I succeeded in pouring a little brandy down his throat, he sat up and looked about him wildly.
"What's up?"
he said. Then, recognizing me, tried to struggle to his feet with a faint.
"Beg your pardon, Colonel."
I got him home as best I could, making him lean upon my arm. The great fellow was as weak as a child. Fortunately, he did not for some time remember what had happened. From the time Bagley fell, the voice had stopped, and all was still. End of Section 8. The Open Door, Part 3. Section 9 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9, The Open Door, Part 4. "You've got an epidemic in your house, Colonel," Simpson said to me next morning. "What's the meaning of it all? Here's your butler raving about a voice. This will never do, you know, and so far as I can make out, you are in it too." "Yes, I am in it, Doctor. I thought I had better speak to you. Of course, you are treating Roland all right, but the boy is not raving. He is as sane as you or me. It is all true." "As sane as I or you? I never thought the boy insane. He's got cerebral excitement, fever. I don't know what you've got. There's something very queer about the look of your eyes." "Come," said I. "You can't put us all to bed, you know. You had better listen and hear the symptoms in full." The doctor shrugged his shoulders, but he listened to me patiently. He did not believe a word of the story, that was clear, but he heard it all from beginning to end. "My dear fellow," he said, "the boy told me just the same. It's an epidemic. When one person falls a victim to this sort of thing, it's as safe as can be. There's always 2 or 3. "Then how do you account for it?" I said. "Oh, account for it? That's a different matter. There's no accounting for the freaks our brains are subject to.
If it's delusion, if it's some trick of the echoes or the winds, some phonetic disturbance or another. Come with me tonight and judge for yourself, I said. Upon this he laughed aloud, then said, That's not such a bad idea, but it would ruin me forever if it were known that John Simpson was ghost hunting. There it is, said I. You dart down on us, who are unlearned with your phonetic disturbances, but you daren't examine what the thing really is for fear of being laughed at. That's science. It's not science, it's common sense, said the doctor. The thing has delusion on the front of it. It is encouraging an unwholesome tendency even to examine. What good could come of it? Even if I am convinced, I shouldn't believe. I should have said so yesterday, and I don't want you to be convinced or to believe, said I. If you prove it to be a delusion, I shall be very much obliged to you for one. Come, somebody must go with me. You are cool, said the doctor. You've disabled this poor fellow of yours and made him, on that point, a lunatic for life. And now you want to disable me. But for once I'll do it, to save appearance. If you'll give me a bed, I'll come over after my last rounds. It was agreed that I should meet him at the gate, and that we should visit the scene of last night's occurrences before we came to the house, so that nobody might be the wiser. It was scarcely possible to hope that the cause of Bagley's sudden illness should not somehow steal into the knowledge of the servants at least, and it was better that all should be done as quietly as possible. The day seemed to me a very long one. I had to spend a certain part of it with Roland, which was a terrible ordeal for me, for what could I say to the boy? The improvement continued, but he was still in a very precarious state, and the trembling vehemence with which he turned to me when his mother left the room filled me with alarm. "Father," he said quietly. "Yes, my boy, I am giving my best attention to it. All is being done that I can do. I have not come to any conclusion yet. I am neglecting nothing you said," I cried. What I could not do was to give his active mind any encouragement to dwell upon the mystery. It was a hard predicament, for some satisfaction had to be given him. He looked at me very wistfully, with the great blue eyes which shone so large and brilliant out of his white and worn face. "You must trust me," I said. "Yes, father. Father understands," he said to himself, as if to soothe some inward doubt. I left him as soon as I could. He was about the most precious thing I had on earth, and his health my first thought. But yet somehow, in the excitement of this other subject, I put that aside, and preferred not to dwell upon Roland, which was the most curious part of it all. That night at 11, I met Simpson at the gate. He had come by train, and I let him in gently myself. I had been so much absorbed in the coming experiment that I passed the ruins in going to meet him almost without thought, if you can understand that. I had my lantern, and he showed me a coil of taper which he had ready for use. "There is nothing like light," he said in his scoffing tone. It was a very still night, scarcely a sound, but not so dark. We could keep the path without difficulty as we went along. As we approached the spot, we could hear a low moaning, broken occasionally by a bitter cry. "Perhaps that is your voice," said the doctor. "I thought it must be something of the kind. That's a poor brute caught in some of these infernal traps of yours. You'll find it among the bushes somewhere."
I said nothing. I felt no particular fear, but a triumphant satisfaction in what was to follow. I led him to the spot where Bagley and I had stood on the previous night. All was silent as a winter night could be, so silent that we heard far off the sound of the horses in the stables, the shutting of a window at the house. Simpson lighted his taper and went peering about, poking into all the corners. We looked like two conspirators lying in wait for some unfortunate traveler, but not a sound broke the quiet. The moaning had stopped before we came up. A star or two shone over us in the sky, looking down as if surprised at our strange proceedings. Dr. Simpson did nothing but utter subdued laughs under his breath. "I thought as much," he said. "It is just the same with tables and all other kinds of ghostly apparatus. A skeptic's presence stops everything. When I am present, nothing ever comes off. How long do you think it will be necessary to stay here? Oh, I don't complain. Only when you are satisfied, I am. Quite." I will not deny that I was disappointed beyond measure by this result. It made me look like a credulous fool. It gave the doctor such a pull over me as nothing else could. I should point all his morals for years to come, and his materialism, his skepticism, would be increased beyond endurance. "It seems, indeed," I said, "that there is to be no manifestation," he said, laughing. "That is what all the mediums say. No manifestations, in consequence of the presence of an unbeliever." His laugh sounded very uncomfortable to me in the silence, and it was now near midnight. But that laugh seemed the signal. Before it died away, the moaning we had heard before was resumed. It started from some distance off and came towards us, nearer and nearer, like someone walking along and moaning to himself. There could be no idea now that it was a hare caught in a trap. The approach was slow, like that of a weak person, with little halts and pauses. We heard it coming along the grass straight towards the vacant doorway. Simpson had been a little startled by the first sound. He said hastily, "That child has no business to be out so late." But he felt, as well as I, that this was no child's voice. As it came nearer, he grew silent, and going to the doorway with his taper, stood looking out towards the sound. The taper, being unprotected, blew about in the night air, though there was scarcely any wind. I threw the light of my lantern steady and white across the same space. It was in a blaze of light in the midst of the blackness. A little icy thrill had gone over me at the first sound, but as it came close, I confess that my only feeling was satisfaction. The scoffer could scoff no more. The light touched his own face and showed a very perplexed countenance. If he was afraid, he concealed it with great success. But he was perplexed. And then all that had happened on the previous night was enacted once more. It fell strangely upon me with a sense of repetition. Every cry, every sob seemed the same as before. I listened almost without any emotion at all in my own person, thinking of its effect upon Simpson. He maintained a very bold front on the whole. All that coming and going of the voice was, if our ears could be trusted, exactly in front of the vacant blank doorway, blazing full of light, which caught and shone in the glistening leaves of the great hollies at a little distance. Not a rabbit could have crossed the turf without being seen, but there was nothing. After a time, Simpson, with a certain caution and bodily reluctance, as it seemed to me, went out with his roll of taper into this space. His figure showed against the holly in full outline. Just at this moment the voice sank, as was its custom, and seemed to fling itself down at the door. Simpson recoiled violently, as if someone had come up against him, then turned and held his taper low, as if examining something. "Do you see anybody?" I cried in a whisper, feeling the chill of nervous panic steal over me at this action. "It's nothing but a confounded juniper bush," he said. This I knew very well to be nonsense, for the juniper bush was on the other side. He went about after this, round and round, poking his taper everywhere, then returned to me on the inner side of the wall. He scoffed no longer. His face was contracted and pale. "How long does this go on?" he whispered to me, like a man who does not wish to interrupt someone who is speaking. I had become too much perturbed myself to remark whether the successions and changes of the voice were the same as last night. It suddenly went out in the air, almost as he was speaking, with a soft reiterated sob dying away. If there had been anything to be seen, I should have said that the person was at that moment crouching on the ground close to that door. We walked home very silent afterwards. It was only when we were in sight of the house that I said, "What do you think of it?" "I can't tell what to think of it," he said quickly. He took, though he was a very temperate man, not the claret I was going to offer him, but some brandy from the tray, and swallowed it almost undiluted. "Mind you, I don't believe a word of it," he said, when he had lighted his candle. "But I can't tell what to think," he turned round to add, when he was halfway upstairs. All of this, however, did me no good with the solution of my problem. I was to help this weeping, sobbing thing, which was already to me as distinct a personality as anything I knew. Or what should I say to Roland? It was on my heart that my boy would die if I could not find some way of helping this creature. You may be surprised that I should speak of it in this way. I did not know if it was a man or woman, but I no more doubted that it was a soul in pain than I doubted my own being. And it was my business to soothe this pain, to deliver it, if that was possible. Was ever such a task given to an anxious father trembling for his only boy? I felt it in my heart, fantastic as it may appear, that I must fulfill this somehow, or part with my child. And you may conceive that rather than do that, I was ready to die. But even my dying would not have advanced me, unless by bringing me into the same world with that seeker at the door. Next morning Simpson was out before breakfast, and came in with evident signs of the damp grass on his boots, and a look of worry and weariness, which did not say much for the night he had passed. He improved a little after breakfast, and visited his 2 patients, for Bagley was still an invalid. I went out with him on his way to the train to hear what he had to say about the boy. "He is going on very well," he said. "There are no complications as yet, but mind you, that's not a boy to be trifled with, Mortimer. Not a word to him about last night." I had to tell him then of my last interview with Roland, and of the impossible demand he had made upon me, by which, though he tried to laugh, he was much discomposed, as I could see. "We must just perjure ourselves all round," he said, "and swear you exorcised it." But the man was too kind-hearted to be satisfied with that. "It's frightfully serious for you, Mortimer. I can't laugh as I should like to. I wish I saw a way out of it for your sake. By the way," he added shortly, "didn't you notice that juniper bush on the left-hand side?" "There was one on the right hand of the door. I noticed you made that mistake last night." "Mistake!" he cried, with a curious low laugh, pulling up the collar of his coat as though he felt the cold. "There's no juniper there this morning, left or right. Just go and see." As he stepped into the train a few minutes after, he looked back upon me and beckoned me for a parting word. "I'm coming back tonight," he said. I don't think I had any feeling about this as I turned away from that common bustle of the railway which made my private preoccupations feel so strangely out of date. There had been a distinct satisfaction in my mind before that his skepticism had been so entirely defeated. But the more serious part of the matter pressed upon me now. I went straight from the railway to the manse, which stood on a little plateau on the side of the river opposite to the woods of Brentwood. The minister was one of a class which is not so common in Scotland as it used to be. He was a man of good family, well educated in the Scotch way, strong in philosophy, not so strong in Greek, strongest of all in experience. A man who had come across, in the course of his life, most people of note that had ever been in Scotland, and who was said to be very sound in doctrine, without infringing the toleration with which old men who are good men are generally endowed. He was old-fashioned. Perhaps he did not think so much about the troublous problems of theology as many of the young men, nor ask himself any hard questions about the confession of faith. But he understood human nature, which is perhaps better. He received me with a cordial welcome. "Come away, Colonel Mortimer," he said. "I'm all the more glad to see you that I feel it's a good sign for the boy. He's doing well. God be praised, and the Lord bless him and keep him. He has many a poor body's prayers, and that can do nobody harm." "He will need them all, Dr. Moncrieff," I said, "and your counsel, too." And I told him the story, more than I had told Simpson. The old clergyman listened to me with many suppressed exclamations, and at the end the water stood in his eyes. "That's just beautiful," he said. "I do not mind to have heard anything like it. It's as fine as Burns when he wished deliverance to one. That is prayed for in no kirk. Aye, so he would have you console the poor lost spirit. God bless the boy. There's something more than common in that, Colonel Mortimer, and also the faith of him in his father. I would like to put that into a sermon." Then the old gentleman gave me an alarmed look and said, No, I was not meaning a sermon, but I must write it down for the children's record." I saw the thought that passed through his mind. Either he thought, or he feared I would think, of a funeral sermon. You may believe this did not make me more cheerful. I can scarcely say that Dr. Moncrieff gave me any advice. How could anyone advise on such a subject? But he said, "I think I'll come too.
I'm an old man. I'm less liable to be frightened than those that are further off the world unseen. It behooves me to think of my own journey there. I've no cut and dry beliefs on the subject. I'll come too, and maybe at the moment the Lord will put into our heads what to do."
This gave me a little comfort, more than Simpson had given me. To be clear about the cause of it was not my grand desire. It was another thing that was in my mind, my boy. As for the poor soul at the open door, I had no more doubt, as I have said, of its existence than I had of my own. It was no ghost to me. I knew the creature, and it was in trouble. That was my feeling about it, as it was Roland's. To hear it first was a great shock to my nerves, but not now. A man will get accustomed to anything. But to do something for it was the great problem. How was I to be serviceable to a being that was invisible, that was mortal no longer? Maybe at the moment the Lord will put it into our heads. This is very old-fashioned phraseology, and a week before, most likely, I should have smiled, though always with kindness, at Dr. Moncrief's credulity. But there was a great comfort, whether rational or otherwise I cannot say, in the mere sound of the words. End of Section 9. The Open Door, Part 4. Section 10 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. The Open Door, Part 5. The road to the station and the village lay through the glen, not by the ruins. But though the sunshine and the fresh air, and the beauty of the trees and the sound of the water were all very soothing to the spirits, my mind was so full of my own subject that I could not refrain from turning to the right hand as I got to the top of the glen, and going straight to the place which I may call the scene of all my thoughts. It was lying full in the sunshine like all the rest of the world. The ruined gable looked due east, and in the present aspect of the sun the light streamed down through the doorway as our lantern had done, throwing a flood of light upon the damp grass beyond. There was a strange suggestion in the open door, so futile, a kind of emblem of vanity, all free around, so that you could go where you pleased, and yet that semblance of an enclosure, that way of entrance, unnecessary, leading to nothing. And why any creature should pray and weep to get in to nothing, or be kept out by nothing. You could not dwell upon it, or it made your brain go round. I remembered, however, what Simpson said about the juniper, with a little smile on my own mind as to the inaccuracy of recollection which even a scientific man will be guilty of. I could see now the light of my lantern gleaming upon the wet, glistening surface of the spiky leaves at the right hand, and he was ready to go to the stake for it that it was the left. I went round to make sure, and then I saw what he had said. Right or left, there was no juniper at all. I was confounded by this, though it was entirely a matter of detail. Nothing at all. A bush of brambles waving, the grass growing up to the very walls. But after all, though it gave me a shock for a moment, what did that matter? There were marks as if a number of footsteps had been up and down in front of the door, but these might have been our own steps, and all was bright and peaceful and still. I poked about the other ruin, the larger ruins of the old house, for some time, as I had done before. There were marks upon the grass here and there. I could not call them footsteps, all about. But that told for nothing, one way or another. I had examined the ruined rooms closely the first day. They were half filled up with soil and debris, withered brackens and bramble. No refuge for anyone there. It vexed me that Jarvis should see me coming from that spot when he came up to me for his orders. I don't know whether my nocturnal expeditions had got wind among the servants, but there was a significant look in his face. Something in it I felt was like my own sensation when Simpson, in the midst of his skepticism, was struck dumb. Jarvis felt satisfied that his veracity had been put beyond question. I never spoke to a servant of mine in such a peremptory tone before. I sent him away with a flea in his lug, as the man described it afterwards. Interference of any kind was intolerable to me at such a moment. But what was strangest of all was that I could not face Roland. I did not go up to his room, as I would have naturally done at once. This the girls could not understand. They saw there was some mystery in it. "Mother is gone to lie down," Agatha said. "He has had such a good night." "But he wants you so, Papa," cried little Jeanie, always with her 2 arms embracing mine in a pretty way she had. I was obliged to go at last, but what could I say? I could only kiss him and tell him to keep still, that I was doing all I could. There is something mystical about the patience of a child. "It will come out all right, won't it, Father?" he said. "God grant it may. I hope so, Roland." "Oh, yes, it will come all right." Perhaps he understood that in the midst of my anxiety I could not stay with him as I should have done otherwise. But the girls were more surprised than it is possible to describe. They looked at me with wondering eyes. "If I were ill, Papa, and you only stayed with me a moment, it should break my heart," said Agatha. But the boy had a sympathetic feeling. He knew that of my own will I would not have done it. I shut myself up in the library, where I could not rest, but kept pacing up and down like a caged beast. What could I do? And if I could do nothing, what would become of my boy? These were the questions that, without ceasing, pursued each other through my mind. Simpson came out to dinner, and when the house was all still, and most of the servants in bed, we went out and met Dr. Moncrief, as we had appointed, at the head of the glen. Simpson, for his part, was disposed to scoff at the doctor. "If there are to be any spells, you know, I'll cut the whole concern," he said. I did not make him any reply. I had not invited him. He could go or come as he pleased. He was very talkative, far more so than suited my humor as we went on. "One thing is certain, you know, there must be some human agency," he said. "It is all bosh about apparitions. I have never investigated the laws of sound to any great extent, and there's a great deal in ventriloquism that we don't know much about." "If it's the same to you," I said, "I wish you'd keep all that to yourself, Simpson. It doesn't suit my state of mind." "Oh, I hope I know how to respect idiosyncrasy," he said. The very tone of his voice irritated me beyond measure. These scientific fellows, I wonder people put up with them as they do, when you have no mind for their cold-blooded confidence. Dr. Moncrief met us about 11 o'clock, the same time as on the previous night. He was a large man, with a venerable countenance and white hair, old but in full vigor, and thinking less of a cold night walk than many a younger man. He had his lantern, as I had. We were fully provided with means of lighting the place, and we were all of us resolute men. We had a rapid consultation as we went up, and the result was that we divided to different posts. Dr. Moncrief remained inside the wall, if you can call that inside, where there was no wall but one. Simpson placed himself on the side next the ruins, so as to intercept any communication with the old house, which was what his mind was fixed upon. I was posted on the other side. To say that nothing could come near without being seen was self-evident. It had been so also on the previous night. Now, with our 3 lights in the midst of the darkness, the whole place seemed illuminated. Dr. Moncrief's lantern, which was a large one, without any means of shutting up, an old-fashioned lantern with a pierced and ornamental top, shone steadily, the rays shooting out of it upward into the gloom. He placed it on the grass, where the middle of the room, if this had been a room, would have been. The usual effect of the light streaming out of the doorway was prevented by the illumination which Simpson and I on either side supplied. With these differences, everything seemed as on the previous night. And what occurred was exactly the same, with the same air of repetition, point for point, as I had formerly remarked. I declare that it seemed to me as if I were pushed against, put aside, by the owner of the voice as he paced up and down in his trouble, though these are perfectly futile words, seeing that the stream of light from my lantern and that from Simpson's taper lay broad and clear, without a shadow, without the smallest break, across the entire breadth of the grass. But just as it threw itself sobbing at the door, I cannot use other words, there suddenly came something which sent the blood coursing through my veins and my heart into my mouth. It was a voice inside the wall, my minister's well-known voice. I would have been prepared for it in any kind of adjuration, but I was not prepared for what I heard. It came out with a sort of stammering, as if too much moved for utterance.
Willie, Willie, oh, God preserve us! Is it you?
I made a dash round to the other side of the wall. The old minister was standing where I had left him, his shadow thrown vague and large upon the grass by the lantern which stood at his feet. I lifted my own light to see his face. He was very pale, his eyes wet and glistening, his mouth quivering with parted lips. He neither saw nor heard me. His whole being seemed absorbed in anxiety and tenderness. He held out his hands, which trembled, but it seemed to me with eagerness, not fear. He went on speaking all the time.
Willie, if it is you, and it's you if it is not a delusion of Satan, Willie, lad, why come ye here frightening them that know you not? Why came ye not to me? Your mother's gone with your name on her lips. Do you think she would ever close her door on her own lad? Do ye think the Lord will close the door? Ye faint-hearted creature, no, I forbid ye, I forbid ye, cried the old man. The sobbing voice had begun to resume its cries. He made a step forward, calling out the last words in a voice of command. I forbid ye, cry out no more to man. Go home, ye wandering spirit, go home. Do ye hear me? Me that christened ye, that have struggled with ye, that have wrestled for ye with the Lord? Here the loud tones of his voice sank into tenderness. And her too, poor woman, her you are calling upon. She's no here. You'll find her with the Lord. Go there and seek her, not here. Do you hear me, lad? Go after her there. He'll let you in, though it's late. Man, take heart, if you will lie and sob and greet. Let it be at heaven's gate, and know your poor mother's ruined door. He stopped to get his breath, and the voice had stopped, not as it had done before, when its time was exhausted and all its repetitions said, but with a sobbing catch in the breath as if overruled. Then the minister spoke again. Are you hearing me, Will? Oh, laddie, you've liked the beggarly elements all your days. Be done with them now. Go home to the Father. The Father. Are you hearing me? Here the old man sank down upon his knees, his face raised upwards, his hands held up with a tremble in them, all white in the light in the midst of the darkness. I resisted as long as I could, though I cannot tell why. Then I, too, dropped upon my knees. Simpson all the time stood in the doorway, with an expression in his face such as words could not tell, his under lip dropped, his eyes wild, staring. It seemed to be to him, that image of blank ignorance and wonder, that we were praying. All the time the voice, with a low, arrested sobbing, lay just where he was standing, as I thought. Lord, the minister said, Lord, take him into thy everlasting habitations. The mother he cries to is with thee. Who can open to him but thee? Lord, when is it too late for thee? Or what is too hard for thee? Lord, let that woman there draw him in hour. Let her draw him in hour. I sprang forward to catch something in my arms that flung itself wildly within the door. The illusion was so strong that I never paused till I felt my forehead graze against the wall and my hands clutch the ground, for there was nobody there to save from falling, as in my foolishness I thought. Simpson held out his hand to me to help me up. He was trembling and cold, his lower lip hanging, his speech almost inarticulate. "It's gone," he said, stammering. "It's gone. As long as I live, I will never forget the shining of the strange lights, the blackness all round, the kneeling figure with all the whiteness of the light concentrated on its white, venerable head and uplifted hands.
I never knew how long we stood, like sentinels guarding him at his prayers. But at last the old minister rose from his knees, and standing up at his full height, raised his arms, as the Scotch manner is at the end of a religious service, and solemnly gave the apostolical benediction. To what? To the silent earth, the dark woods, the wide-breathing atmosphere, for we were but spectators gasping an amen. It seemed to me that it must be the middle of the night as we all walked back. It was in reality very late. Dr. Moncrief himself was the first to speak.
"I must be going," he said. "I will go down the glen as I came."
"But not alone. I am going with you, Doctor."
"Well, I will not oppose it. I am an old man, and agitation wearies more than work. Yes, I'll be thankful of your arm. Tonight, Colonel, you've done me more good turns than one."
I pressed his hand on my arm, not feeling able to speak. But Simpson, who turned with us, and who had gone along all this time with his taper flaring, in entire unconsciousness, became himself skeptical and cynical. "I should like to ask you a question," he said. "Do you believe in purgatory, Doctor? It's not in the tenets of the Church, so far as I know."
"Sir," said Dr. Moncrief, "an old man like me is sometimes not very sure what he believes. There is just one thing I am certain of, and that is the loving kindness of God."
"But I thought that was in this life. I am no theologian."
"Sir,"
said the old man again, with a tremor in him which I could feel going over all his frame,
"if I saw a friend of mine within the gates of hell, I would not despair but his Father would take him by the hand still if he cried like you."
"I allow it is very strange, very strange. I cannot see through it. That there must be human agency, I feel sure. Doctor, what made you decide upon the person and the name?" The minister put out his hand with the impatience which a man might show if he were asked how he recognized his brother.
"Tuts!"
he said in familiar speech. Then more solemnly,
"How should I not recognize a person that I know better, far better, than I know you?"
"Then you saw the man?" Dr. Moncrief made no reply. He moved his hand again with a little impatient movement, and walked on, leaning heavily on my arm. We parted with him at his own door, where his old housekeeper appeared in great perturbation, waiting for him.
"Eh, me minister, the young gentleman will be worse?"
she cried.
"Far from that. Better, God bless him,"
Dr. Moncrief said. I think if Simpson had begun again to me with his questions, I should have pitched him over the rocks as we returned up the glen. But he was silent by a good inspiration, and the sky was clearer than it had been for many nights, shining high over the trees, with here and there a star faintly gleaming through the wilderness of dark and bare branches. We went up to the boy's room when we went in. There we found the complete hush of rest. My wife looked up out of a doze and gave me a smile. "I think he is a great deal better, but you are very late," she said in a whisper, shading the light with her hand that the doctor might see his patient. The boy had got back something like his own color. He woke as we stood all around his bed. His eyes had the happy, half-awakened look of childhood, glad to shut again, yet pleased with the interruption and glimmer of the light. I stooped over him and kissed his forehead, which was moist and cool. "All is well, Roland," I said. He looked up at me with a glance of pleasure, and took my hand and laid his cheek upon it, and so went to sleep. For some nights after, I watched among the ruins, spending all the dark hours up to midnight patrolling about the bit of wall which was associated with so many emotions, but I heard nothing and saw nothing beyond the quiet course of nature. Nor, so far as I am aware, has anything been heard again. Dr. Moncrief gave me the history of the youth, whom he never hesitated to name. I did not ask, as Simpson did, how he recognized him. He had been a prodigal, weak, foolish, easily imposed upon, and led away, as people say. All that we had heard had passed actually in life, the doctor said. The young man had come home thus a day or two after his mother died, who was no more than housekeeper in the old house, and distracted with the news, had thrown himself down at the door and called upon her to let him in. The old man could scarcely speak of it for tears. He was not terrified, as I had been myself and all the rest of us. It was no ghost, as I fear we all vulgarly considered it to him, but a poor creature whom he knew under these conditions, just as he had known him in the flesh, having no doubt of his identity. And to Roland it was the same. This spirit in pain, if it was a spirit, this voice out of the unseen, was a poor fellow creature in misery, to be succored and helped out of his trouble to my boy. He spoke to me quite frankly about it when he got better. "I knew father would find out some way," he said. And this was when he was strong and well, and all idea that he would turn hysterical or become a seer of visions had happily passed away. I must add one curious fact, which does not seem to me to have any relation to the above, but which Simpson made great use of, as the human agency which he was determined to find somehow. One Sunday afternoon, Simpson found a little hole, for it was more a hole than a room, entirely hidden under the ivy and ruins, in which there was a quantity of straw laid in a corner, as if someone had made a bed there, and some remains of crusts about the floor. Someone had lodged there, and not very long before, he made out, and that this unknown being was the author of all the mysterious sounds we heard, he is convinced. I was puzzled myself. I could not make it out, but I always felt convinced human agency was at the bottom of it, and here it is, and a clever fellow he must have been, the doctor says. There is no argument with men of this kind. Bagley left my service as soon as he got well. He assured me it was no want of respect, but he could not stand them kind of things, and the man was so shaken and ghastly that I was glad to give him a present and let him go. For my own part, I made a point of staying out the time, 2 years, for which I had taken Brentwood, but I did not renew my tenancy. By that time we had settled and found for ourselves a pleasant home of our own. I must add that when the doctor defies me, I can always bring back gravity to his countenance and a pause in his railing when I remind him of the juniper bush. To me, that was a matter of little importance. I could believe I was mistaken. I did not care about it, one way or other. But on his mind, the effect was different. The miserable voice, the spirit in pain, he could think of as the result of ventriloquism, or reverberation, or anything you please. An elaborate, prolonged hoax, executed somehow by the tramp that had found a lodging in the old tower. But the juniper bush staggered him. Things have effects so different on the minds of different men. End of Section 10. The Open Door by Margaret Oliphant, Part 5. Section 11 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11, The Deserted House by Ernest, Theodor, Amadeus, Hoffmann, Part 1. You know already that I spent the greater part of last summer in X, began Theodor. The many old friends and acquaintances I found there, the free, jovial life, the manifold artistic and intellectual interests, all these combined to keep me in that city. I was happy as never before, and found rich nourishment for my old fondness for wandering alone through the streets, stopping to enjoy every picture in the shop windows, every placard on the walls, or watching the passers-by and choosing some one or the other of them to cast his horoscope secretly to myself. There is one broad avenue leading to the blank gate, and lined with handsome buildings of all descriptions, which is the meeting place of the rich and fashionable world. The shops which occupy the ground floor of the tall palaces are devoted to the trade in articles of luxury, and the apartments above are the dwellings of people of wealth and position. The aristocratic hotels are to be found in this avenue. The palaces of the foreign ambassadors are there, and you can easily imagine that such a street would be the center of the city's life and gaiety. I had wandered through the avenue several times, when one day my attention was caught by a house which contrasted strangely with the others surrounding it. Picture to yourselves a low building, but 4 windows broad, crowded in between 2 tall, handsome structures. Its one upper story was a little higher than the tops of the ground floor windows of its neighbors. Its roof was dilapidated, its windows patched with paper, its discolored walls spoke of years of neglect. You can imagine how strange such a house must have looked in this street of wealth and fashion. Looking at it more attentively, I perceived that the windows of the upper story were tightly closed and curtained, and that a wall had been built to hide the windows of the ground floor. The entrance gate, a little to one side, served also as a doorway for the building, but I could find no sign of latch, lock, or even a bell on this gate. I was convinced that the house must be unoccupied, for at whatever hour of the day I happened to be passing, I had never seen the faintest signs of life about it. You all, the good comrades of my youth, know that I have been prone to consider myself a sort of clairvoyant, claiming to have glimpses of a strange world of wonders, a world which you, with your hard common sense, would attempt to deny or laugh away. I confess that I have often lost myself in mysteries which after all turned out to be no mysteries at all. And it looked at first as if this was to happen to me in the matter of the deserted house, that strange house which drew my steps and my thoughts to itself with a power that surprised me. But the point of my story will prove to you that I am right in asserting that I know more than you do. Listen now to what I'm about to tell you. One day, at the hour in which the fashionable world is accustomed to promenade up and down the avenue, I stood as usual before the deserted house, lost in thought. Suddenly I felt, without looking up, that someone had stopped beside me, fixing his eyes on me. It was Count P., who told me that the old house contained nothing more mysterious than a cake bakery belonging to the pastry cook, whose handsome shop adjoined the old structure. The windows of the ground floor were walled up to give protection to the ovens, and the heavy curtains of the upper story were to keep the sunlight from the wares laid out there. When the Count informed me of this, I felt as if a bucket of cold water had been suddenly thrown over me. But I could not believe in this story of the cake and candy factory. Through some strange freak of the imagination, I felt as a child feels when some fairy tale has been told it to conceal the truth it suspects. I scolded myself for a silly fool. The house remained unaltered in its appearance, and the visions faded in my brain, until one day a chance incident woke them to life again. I was wandering through the avenue as usual, and as I passed the deserted house, I could not resist a hasty glance at its close-curtained upper windows. But as I looked at it, the curtain on the last window near the pastry shop began to move. A hand, an arm came out from between its folds. I took my opera glass from my pocket and saw a beautifully formed woman's hand, on the little finger of which a large diamond sparkled in unusual brilliancy. A rich bracelet glittered on the white rounded arm. The hand set a tall, oddly formed crystal bottle on the window ledge and disappeared again behind the curtain. I stopped as if frozen to stone. A weirdly pleasurable sensation, mingled with awe, streamed through my being with the warmth of an electric current. I stared up at the mysterious window, and a sigh of longing arose from the very depths of my heart. When I came to myself again, I was angered to find that I was surrounded by a crowd which stood gazing up at the window with curious faces. I stole away inconspicuously, and the demon of all things prosaic whispered to me that what I had just seen was the rich pastry cook's wife, in her Sunday adornment, placing an empty bottle, used for rose water or the like, on the window-sill. Nothing very weird about this. Suddenly, a most sensible thought came to me. I turned and entered the shining, mirror-walled shop of the pastry cook. Blowing the steaming foam from my cup of chocolate, I remarked, "You have a very useful addition to your establishment next door." The man leaned over his counter and looked at me with a questioning smile, as if he did not understand me. I repeated that, in my opinion, he had been very clever to set his bakery in the neighboring house, although the deserted appearance of the building was a strange sight in its contrasting surroundings. "Why, sir," began the pastry cook, who told you that the house next door belongs to us? Unfortunately, Every attempt on our part to acquire it has been in vain, and I fancy it is all the better so, for there is something queer about the place. You can imagine, dear friends, how interested I became upon hearing these words, and that I begged the man to tell me more about the house. "I do not know anything very definite, sir," he said. "All that we know for a certainty is that the house belongs to the Countess S., who lives on her estates and has not been to the city for years. This house, so they tell me, stood in its present shape before any of the handsome buildings were raised which are now the pride of our avenue, and in all these years there has been nothing done to it except to keep it from actual decay. 2 living creatures alone dwell there, an aged misanthrope of a steward and his melancholy dog, which occasionally howls at the moon from the back courtyard. According to the general story, the deserted house is haunted. In very truth, my brother, who is the owner of this shop, and myself have often, when our business kept us awake during the silence of the night, heard strange sounds from the other side of the walls. There was a rumbling and a scraping that frightened us both. And not very long ago we heard one night a strange singing which I could not describe to you. It was evidently the voice of an old woman, but the tones were so sharp and clear, and ran up to the top of the scale in cadences and long trills, the like of which I have never heard before, although I have heard many singers in many lands. It seemed to be a French song, but I am not quite sure of that, for I could not listen long to the mad, ghostly singing. It made the hair stand erect on my head. And at times, after the street noises are quiet, we can hear deep sighs, and sometimes a mad laugh, which seem to come out of the earth. But if you lay your ear to the wall in our back room, you can hear that the noises come from the house next door." He led me into the back room and pointed through the window. "And do you see that iron chimney coming out of the wall there? It smokes so heavily sometimes, even in summer, when there are no fires used, that my brother has often quarreled with the old steward about it, fearing danger. But the old man excuses himself by saying that he was cooking his food. Heaven knows what the queer creature may eat, for often, when the pipe is smoking heavily, a strange and queer smell can be smelled all over the house." The glass doors of the shop creaked in opening. The pastry cook hurried into the front room, and when he had nodded to the figure now entering, he threw a meaning glance at me. I understood him perfectly. Who else could this strange guest be but the steward who had charge of the mysterious house? Imagine a thin little man with a face the color of a mummy, with a sharp nose, tight-set lips, green cat's eyes, and a crazy smile. His hair dressed in the old-fashioned style, with a high toupee and a bag at the back, and heavily powdered. He wore a faded old brown coat, which was carefully brushed, gray stockings, and broad, flat-toed shoes with buckles. And imagine further that in spite of his meagreness, this little person is robustly built, with huge fists and long, strong fingers, and that he walks into the shop counter with a strong, firm step, smiling his imbecile smile and whining out, "A couple of candied oranges, a couple of macaroons, a couple of sugared chestnuts." The pastry cook smiled at me and then spoke to the old man. "You do not seem to be quite well. Yes, yes, old age, it takes the strength from our limbs." The old man's expression did not change, but his voice went up. "Old age? Old age? Lose strength? Grow weak? Oh, ho!" And with this he clapped his hands together until the joints cracked, and sprang high up into the air until the entire shop trembled, and the glass vessels on the walls and counters rattled and shook. But in the same moment a hideous screaming was heard. The old man had stepped on his black dog, which, creeping in behind him, had laid itself at his feet on the floor. "Devilish beast! Dog of hell!" groaned the old man in his former miserable tone, opening his bag and giving the dog a large macaroon. The dog, which had burst out into a cry of distress that was truly human, was quiet at once, sat down on its haunches, and gnawed at the macaroon like a squirrel. When it had finished its tidbit, the old man had also finished the packing up and putting away of his purchases. "Good night, honored neighbor," he spoke, taking the hand of the pastry cook and pressing it until the latter cried aloud in pain. "The weak old man wishes you a good night, most honorable sir neighbor," he repeated, and then walked from the shop, followed closely by his black dog. The old man did not seem to have noticed me at all. I was quite dumbfounded in my astonishment. "There, you see," began the pastry cook. "This is the way he acts when he comes in here, 2 or 3 times a month it is. But I can get nothing out of him except the fact that he was the former valet of Count S., that he is now in charge of this house here, and that every day, for many years now, he expects the arrival of his master's family." The hour was now come when fashion demanded that the elegant world of the city should assemble in this attractive shop. The doors opened incessantly, the place was thronged, and I could ask no further questions. This much I knew, that Count P.'s information about the ownership and the use of the house were not correct. Also, that the old steward, in spite of his denial, was not living alone there, and that some mystery was hidden behind its discolored walls. How should I combine the story of the strange and gruesome singing with the appearance of the beautiful arm at the window? That arm could not be part of the wrinkled body of an old woman. The singing, according to the pastry cook's story, could not come from the throat of a blooming and youthful maiden. I decided in favor of the arm, as it was easy to explain to myself that some trick of acoustics had made the voice sound sharp and old, or that it had appeared so only in the pastry cook's fear-distorted imagination. Then I thought of the smoke, the strange odors, the oddly formed crystal bottle that I had seen, and soon the vision of a beautiful creature held enthralled by fatal magic stood as if alive before my mental vision. The old man became a wizard, who, perhaps quite independently of the family he served, had set up his devil's kitchen in the deserted house. My imagination had begun to work, and in my dreams that night I saw clearly the hand with the sparkling diamond on its finger, the arm with the shining bracelet.
From out thin gray mists there appeared a sweet face with sadly imploring blue eyes, then the entire exquisite figure of a beautiful girl. And I saw that what I had thought was mist was the fine steam flowing out in circles from a crystal bottle held in the hands of the vision. "O fairest creature of my dreams," I cried in rapture, "reveal to me where thou art, what it is that enthralls thee." "Ah, I know it. It is black magic that holds thee captive. Thou art the unhappy slave of that malicious devil who wanders about, brown-clad and bewigged in pastry shops, scattering their wares with his unholy springing, and feeding his demon dog on macaroons, after they have howled out a satanic measure in 5/8 time. Oh, I know it all, thou fair and charming vision. The diamond is the reflection of the fire of thy heart. But that bracelet about thine arm is a link of the chain which the brown-clad one says is a magnetic chain. Do not believe it, O glorious one. See how it shines in the blue fire from the retort. One moment more, and thou art free. And now, O maiden, open thy rosebud mouth and tell me." In this moment a gnarled fist leaped over my shoulder and clutched at the crystal bottle, which sprang into 1,000 pieces in the air. With a faint, sad moan, the charming vision faded into the blackness of the night. When morning came to put an end to my dreaming, I hurried through the avenue, seeking the deserted house as usual, and I saw something glistening in the last window of the upper story. Coming nearer, I noticed that the outer blind had been drawn quite up, and the inner curtain slightly opened. The sparkle of a diamond met my eye. Oh, kind heaven, the face of my dream looked at me, gently imploring from above the rounded arm on which her head was resting. But how was it possible to stand still in the moving crowd without attracting attention? Suddenly I caught sight of the benches placed in the gravel walk in the center of the avenue, and I saw that one of them was directly opposite the house. I sprang over to it, and leaning over its back, I could stare up at the mysterious window undisturbed. Yes, it was she, the charming maiden of my dream. But her eye did not seem to seek me, as I had at first thought. Her glance was cold and unfocused, and had it not been for an occasional motion of the hand and arm, I might have thought that I was looking at a cleverly painted picture. I was so lost in my adoration of the mysterious being in the window, so aroused and excited throughout all my nerve centers, that I did not hear the shrill voice of an Italian street hawker who had been offering me his wares for some time. Finally, he touched me on the arm. I turned hastily and commanded him to let me alone. But he did not cease his entreaties, asserting that he had earned nothing today, and begging me to buy some small trifle from him. Full of impatience to get rid of him, I put my hand in my pocket, with the words, "I have more beautiful things here." He opened the under drawer of his box and held out to me a little round pocket mirror. In it, as he held it up before my face, I could see the deserted house behind me, the window, and the sweet face of my vision there. I bought the little mirror at once,
for I saw that it would make it possible for me to sit comfortable and inconspicuously, and yet watch the window. The longer I looked at the reflection in the glass, the more I fell captive to a weird and quite indescribable sensation, which I might almost call a waking dream. It was as if a lethargy had lamed my eyes, holding them fastened on the glass beyond my power to loosen them. And now at last the beautiful eyes of the fair vision looked at me. Her glance sought mine and shone deep down into my heart. "You have a pretty little mirror there," said a voice beside me. I awoke from my dream and was not a little confused when I saw smiling faces looking at me from either side. Several persons had sat down upon the bench, and it was quite certain that my staring into the window and probably my strange expression had afforded them great cause for amusement. "You have a pretty little mirror there," repeated the man, as I did not answer him. His glance said more, and asked without words the reason of my staring so oddly into the little glass. He was an elderly man, neatly dressed, and his voice and eyes were so full of good nature that I could not refuse him my confidence. I told him that I had been looking in the mirror at the picture of a beautiful maiden who was sitting at a window of the deserted house. I went even farther. I asked the old man if he had not seen the fair face himself. "Over there? In the old house? In the last window?" He repeated my questions in a tone of surprise. "Yes, yes," I exclaimed. The old man smiled and answered, "Well, well, that was a strange delusion. My old eyes. Thank heaven for my old eyes. Yes, yes, sir. I saw a pretty face in the window there, with my own eyes, but it seemed to me to be an excellently well-painted oil portrait." I turned quickly and looked toward the window. There was no one there, and the blind had been pulled down. "Yes," continued the old man. "Yes, sir. Now it is too late to make sure of the matter, for just now the servant, who, as I know, lives there alone in the house of the Countess S., took the picture away from the window after he had dusted it and let down the blinds." "Was it then surely a picture?" I asked again in bewilderment. "You can trust my eyes," replied the old man. "The optical delusion was strengthened by your seeing only the reflection in the mirror. And when I was in your years, it was easy enough for my fancy to call up the picture of a beautiful maiden." "But the hand and arm moved," I exclaimed. "Oh, yes, they moved, indeed they moved," said the old man, smiling, as he patted me on the shoulder. Then he arose to go, and bowing politely, closed his remarks with the words, "Beware of mirrors which can lie so vividly. Your obedient servant, sir." You can imagine how I felt when I saw that he looked upon me as a foolish fantast. I hurried home full of anger and disgust, and promised myself that I would not think of the mysterious house. But I placed the mirror on my dressing table that I might bind my cravat before it, and thus it happened one day, when I was about to utilize it for this important business, that its glass seemed dull, and that I took it up and breathed on it to rub it bright again. My heart seemed to stand still. Every fibre in me trembled in delightful awe. Yes, that is all the name I can find for the feeling that came over me when, As my breath clouded the little mirror, I saw the beautiful face of my dreams arise and smile at me through blue mists. You laugh at me? You look upon me as an incorrigible dreamer? Think what you will about it. The fair face looked at me from out of the mirror. But as soon as the clouding vanished, the face vanished in the brightened glass. End of section 11. The Deserted House, Part 1. Section 12 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12, The Deserted House, Part 2. I will not weary you with a detailed recital of my sensations the next few days. I will only say that I repeated again the experiments with the mirror, sometimes with success, sometimes without. When I had not been able to call up the vision, I would run to the deserted house and stare up at the windows, but I saw no human being anywhere about the building. I lived only in thoughts of my vision. Everything else seemed indifferent to me. I neglected my friends and my studies. The tortures in my soul passed over into, or rather mingled with, physical sensations which frightened me, and which at last made me fear for my reason. One day, after an unusually severe attack, I put my little mirror in my pocket and hurried to the home of Dr. K., who was noted for his treatment of those diseases of the mind out of which physical diseases so often grow. I told him my story. I did not conceal the slightest incident from him, and I implored him to save me from the terrible fate which seemed to threaten me. He listened to me quietly, but I read astonishment in his glance. Then he said, "The danger is not as near as you believe, and I think that I may say that it can be easily prevented. You are undergoing an unusual psychical disturbance, beyond a doubt. But the fact that you understand that some evil principle seems to be trying to influence you gives you a weapon by which you can combat it. Leave your little mirror here with me and force yourself to take up with some work which will afford scope for all your mental energy. Do not go to the avenue. Work all day, from early to late. Then take a long walk and spend your evenings in the company of your friends. Eat heartily and drink heavy, nourishing wines. You see, I am endeavoring to combat your fixed idea of the face in the window of the deserted house and in the mirror by diverting your mind to other things and by strengthening your body. You yourself must help me in this." I was very reluctant to part with my mirror. The physician, who had already taken it, seemed to notice my hesitation. He breathed upon the glass, and holding it up to me, he asked, "Do you see anything?" "Nothing at all," I answered, for so it was. "Now, breathe on the glass yourself," said the physician, laying the mirror in my hands. I did as he requested. There was the vision even more clearly than ever before. "There she is!" I cried aloud. The physician looked into the glass and then said, "I cannot see anything. That I will confess to you that when I looked into this glass, a queer shiver overcame me, passing away almost at once. Now, do it once more." I breathed upon the glass again, and the physician laid his hand upon the back of my neck. The face appeared again, and the physician, looking into the mirror over my shoulder, turned pale. Then he took the little glass from my hands, looked at it attentively, and locked it into his desk, returning to me after a few minutes' silent thought. "Follow my instructions strictly," he said. "I must confess to you that I do not yet understand those moments of your vision, but I hope to be able to tell you more about it very soon." Difficult as it was to me, I forced myself to live absolutely according to the doctor's orders. I soon felt the benefit of the steady work and the nourishing diet, and yet I was not free from those terrible attacks, which would come either at noon or, more intensely still, at midnight. Even in the midst of a merry company, in the enjoyment of wine and song, glowing daggers seemed to pierce my heart, and all the strength of my intellect was powerless to resist their might over me. I was obliged to retire, and could not return to my friends until I had recovered from my condition of lethargy. It was in one of these attacks, an unusually strong one, that such an irresistible, mad longing for the picture of my dreams came over me, that I hurried out into the street and ran toward the mysterious house. While still at a distance from it, I seemed to see lights shining out through the fast-closed blinds, but when I came nearer, I saw that all was dark. Crazy with my desire, I rushed to the door. It fell back before the pressure of my hand. I stood in the dimly lighted vestibule, enveloped in a heavy, close atmosphere. My heart beat in strange fear and impatience. Then suddenly a long, sharp tone, as from a woman's throat, shrilled through the house. I know not how it happened that I found myself suddenly in a great hall, brilliantly lighted and furnished in old-fashioned magnificence of golden chairs and strange Japanese ornaments. Strongly perfumed incense arose in blue clouds about me. "Welcome, welcome, sweet bridegroom. The hour has come, our bridal hour." I heard these words in a woman's voice, and as little as I can tell how I came into the room, just so little do I know how it happened that suddenly a tall, youthful figure, richly dressed, seemed to arise from the blue mists. With the repeated shrill cry, "Welcome, sweet bridegroom," she came toward me with outstretched arms, and a yellow face, distorted with age and madness, stared into mine. I fell back in terror, but the fiery, piercing glance of her eyes, like the eyes of a snake, seemed to hold me spellbound. I did not seem able to turn my eyes from this terrible old woman. I could not move another step. She came nearer still, and it seemed to me suddenly as if her hideous face were only a thin mask, beneath which I saw the features of the beautiful maiden of my vision. Already I felt the touch of her hands, when suddenly she fell at my feet with a loud scream, and a voice behind me cried, "Oho, is the devil playing his tricks with your grace again? To bed, your grace, else there will be blows, mighty blows." I turned quickly and saw the old steward in his night-clothes, swinging a whip above his head. He was about to strike the screaming figure at my feet when I caught at his arm. But he shook me from him, exclaiming, "The devil, sir! That old Satan would have murdered you if I had not come to your aid. Get away from here at once." I rushed from the hall and sought in vain in the darkness for the door of the house. Behind me I heard the hissing blows of the whip and the old woman's screams. I drew breath to call aloud for help, when suddenly the ground gave way under my feet. I fell down a short flight of stairs, bringing up with such force against a door at the bottom that it sprang open, and I measured my length on the floor of a small room. From the hastily vacated bed, and from the familiar brown coat hanging over a chair, I saw that I was in the bedchamber of the old steward. There was a trampling on the stair, and the old man himself entered hastily, throwing himself at my feet. "By all the saints, sir," he entreated with folded hands, "whoever you may be, and however her grace, that old Satan of a witch, has managed to entice you to this house, do not speak to anyone of what has happened here. It will cost me my position. Her crazy excellency has been punished, and is bound fast in her bed. Sleep well, good sir, sleep softly and sweetly. It is a warm and beautiful July night. There is no moon, but the stars shine brightly. A quiet good night to you." While talking, the old man had taken up a lamp, had led me out of the basement, pushed me out of the house door, and locked it behind me. I hurried home quite bewildered, and you can imagine that I was too much confused by the gruesome secret to be able to form any explanation of it in my own mind for the first few days. Only this much was certain, that I was now free from the evil spell that had held me captive so long. All my longing for the magic vision in the mirror had disappeared, and the memory of the scene in the deserted house was like the recollection of an unexpected visit to a madhouse. It was evident beyond a doubt that the steward was the tyrannical guardian of a crazy woman of noble birth, whose condition was to be hidden from the world. But the mirror? And all the other magic? Listen, and I will tell you more about it. Some few days later, I came upon Count P. at an evening entertainment. He drew me to one side and said with a smile, "Do you know that the secrets of our deserted house are beginning to be revealed?" I listened with interest, but before the Count could say any more, the doors of the dining room were thrown open, and the company proceeded to the table. Quite lost in thought at the words I had just heard, I had given a young lady my arm, and had taken my place mechanically in the ceremonious procession. I led my companion to the seats arranged for us, and then turned to look at her for the first time. The vision of my mirror stood before me, feature for feature. There was no deception possible. I trembled to my innermost heart, as you can imagine. But I discovered that there was not the slightest echo, even in my heart, of the mad desire which had ruled me so entirely when my breath drew out the magic picture from the glass. My astonishment, or rather my terror, must have been apparent in my eyes. The girl looked at me in such surprise that I endeavored to control myself sufficiently to remark that I must have met her somewhere before. Her short answer, to the effect that this could hardly be possible, as she had come to the city only yesterday for the first time in her life, bewildered me still more and threw me into an awkward silence. The sweet glance from her gentle eyes brought back my courage, and I began a tentative exploring of this new companion's mind. I found that I had before me a sweet and delicate being, suffering from some psychic trouble. At a particularly merry turn of the conversation, when I would throw in a daring word like a dash of pepper, she would smile, but her smile was pained, as if a wound had been touched. "You are not very merry tonight, Countess. Was it the visit this morning?" An officer sitting near us had spoken these words to my companion, but before he could finish his remarks, his neighbor had grasped him by the arm and whispered something in his ear, while a lady at the other side of the table, with glowing cheeks and angry eyes, began to talk loudly of the opera she had heard last evening. Tears came to the eyes of the girl sitting beside me. "Am I not foolish?" She turned to me. A few moments before, she had complained of headache. "Merely the usual evidences of a nervous headache," I answered in an easy tone. "And there is nothing better for it than the merry spirit which bubbles in the foam of this poet's nectar." With these words I filled her champagne glass, and she sipped at it as she threw me a look of gratitude. Her mood brightened, and all would have been well had I not touched a glass before me with unexpected strength, arousing from it a shrill, high tone. My companion grew deadly pale, and I myself felt a sudden shiver, for the sound had exactly the tone of the mad woman's voice in the deserted house. While we were drinking coffee, I made an opportunity to get to the side of Count P. He understood the reason for my movement. "Do you know that your neighbor is Countess Edwina S.? And do you know also that it is her mother's sister who lives in the deserted house, incurably mad for many years? This morning both mother and daughter went to see the unfortunate woman. The old steward, the only person who is able to control the Countess in her outbreaks, is seriously ill, and they say that the sister has finally revealed the secret to Dr. K." Dr. K was the physician to whom I had turned in my own anxiety, and you can well imagine that I hurried to him as soon as I was free, and told him all that had happened to me in the last days. I asked him to tell me as much as he could about the mad woman, for my own peace of mind, and this is what I learned from him under promise of secrecy. "Angelica, Countess Z," thus the doctor began, "had already passed her 30th year, but was still in full possession of great beauty, when Count S., although much younger than she, became so fascinated by her charm that he wooed her with ardent devotion and followed her to her father's home to try his luck there. But scarcely had the Count entered the house, scarcely had he caught sight of Angelica's younger sister Gabrielle, when he awoke as from a dream. The elder sister appeared faded and colorless beside Gabrielle, whose beauty and charm so enthralled the Count that he begged her hand of her father. Count Z gave his consent easily, as there was no doubt of Gabriel's feelings towards her suitor. Angelica did not show the slightest anger at her lover's faithlessness. He believes that he has forsaken me, the foolish boy. He does not perceive that he was but my toy, a toy of which I had tired." Thus she spoke in proud scorn, and not a look or an action on her part belied her words. But after the ceremonious betrothal of Gabrielle to Count S., Angelica was seldom seen by the members of her family. She did not appear at the dinner table, and it was said that she spent most of her time walking alone in the neighboring wood. A strange occurrence disturbed the monotonous quiet of life in the castle. The hunters of Count Z, assisted by peasants from the village, had captured a band of gypsies who were accused of several robberies and murders which had happened recently in the neighborhood. The men were brought to the castle courtyard, fettered together on a long chain, while the women and children were packed on a cart. Noticeable among the last was a tall, haggard old woman of terrifying aspect, wrapped from head to foot in a red shawl. She stood upright in the cart and in an imperious tone demanded that she should be allowed to descend. The guards were so awed by her manner and appearance that they obeyed her at once. Count Z came down to the courtyard and commanded that the gang should be placed in the prisons under the castle. Suddenly, Countess Angelica rushed out of the door, her hair all loose, fear and anxiety in her pale face. Throwing herself on her knees, she cried in a piercing voice, "Let these people go! Let these people go! They're innocent! Father, let these people go! If you shed one drop of their blood, I will pierce my heart with this knife." The countess swung a shining knife in the air and then sank swooning to the ground. "Yes, my beautiful darling, my golden child, I knew you would not let them hurt us," shrilled the old woman in red. She cowered beside the countess and pressed disgusting kisses to her face and breast, murmuring crazy words. She took from out the recesses of her shawl a little vial in which a tiny goldfish seemed to swim in some silver-clear liquid. She held the vial to the countess's heart. The latter regained consciousness immediately. When her eyes fell on the gypsy woman, she sprang up, clasped the old creature ardently in her arms, and hurried with her into the castle. Count Z, Gabrielle, and her lover, who had come out during this scene, watched it in astonished awe. The gypsies appeared quite indifferent. They were loosed from their chains and taken separately to the prisons. Next morning, Count Z called the villagers together. The gypsies were led before them, and the count announced that he had found them to be innocent of the crimes of which they were accused, and that he would grant them free passage through his domains. To the astonishment of all present, their fetters were struck off, and they were set at liberty. The red-shawled woman was not among them. It was whispered that the gypsy captain, recognizable from the golden chain about his neck and the red feather in his high Spanish hat, had paid a secret visit to the count's room the night before. But it was discovered, a short time after the release of the gypsies, that they were indeed guiltless of the robberies and murders that had disturbed the district. The date set for Gabrielle's wedding approached. One day, to her great astonishment, she saw several large wagons in the courtyard being packed high with furniture, clothing, linen, with everything necessary for a complete household outfit. The wagons were driven away, and the following day Count Z explained that, for many reasons, he had thought it best to grant Angelica's odd request that she be allowed to set up her own establishment in his house in X. He had given the house to her and had promised her that no member of the family, not even he himself, should enter it without her express permission. He added also that, at her urgent request, he had permitted his own valet to accompany her, to take charge of her household. When the wedding festivities were over, Count S. and his bride departed for their home, where they spent a year in cloudless happiness. Then the Count's health failed mysteriously. It was as if some secret sorrow gnawed at his vitals, robbing him of joy and strength. All efforts of his young wife to discover the source of his trouble were fruitless. At last, when the constantly recurring fainting spells threatened to endanger his very life, he yielded to the entreaties of his physicians and left his home, ostensibly for Pisa. His young wife was prevented from accompanying him by the delicate condition of her own health. "And now," said the doctor, "the information given me by Countess S. became, from this point on, so rhapsodical that a keen observer only could guess at the true coherence of the story. Her baby, a daughter, born during her husband's absence, was spirited away from the house, and all search for it was fruitless. Her grief at this loss deepened to despair, when she received a message from her father stating that her husband, whom all believed to be in Pisa, had been found dying of heart trouble in Angelica's home in X, and that Angelica herself had become a dangerous maniac. The old Count added that all this horror had so shaken his own nerves that he feared he would not long survive it. As soon as Gabrielle was able to leave her bed, she hurried to her father's castle. One night, prevented from sleeping by visions of the loved ones she had lost, she seemed to hear a faint crying, like that of an infant, before the door of her chamber. Lighting her candle, she opened the door. Great heaven! There cowered the old gypsy woman, wrapped in her red shawl, staring up at her with eyes that seemed already glazing in death. In her arms she held a little child, whose crying had aroused the Countess. Gabrielle's heart beat high with joy. It was her child, her lost daughter. She snatched the infant from the gypsy's arms, just as the woman fell at her feet, lifeless. The Countess's screams awoke the house, but the gypsy was quite dead, and no effort to revive her met with success. The old Count hurried to X to endeavor to discover something that would throw light upon the mysterious disappearance and reappearance of the child. Angelica's madness had frightened away all her female servants. The valet alone remained with her. She appeared at first to have become quite calm and sensible, but when the Count told her the story of Gabrielle's child, she clapped her hands and laughed aloud, crying, "Did the little darling arrive? You buried her, you say? How the feathers of the gold pheasant shine in the sun! Have you seen the green lion with the fiery blue eyes?" Horrified, the Count perceived that Angelica's mind was gone beyond a doubt, and he resolved to take her back with him to his estates, in spite of the warnings of his old valet. At the mere suggestion of removing her from the house, Angelica's ravings increased to such an extent as to endanger her own life and that of the others. When a lucid interval came again, Angelica entreated her father, with many tears, to let her live and die in the house she had chosen. Touched by her terrible trouble, he granted her request, although he believed the confession which slipped from her lips during this scene to be a fantasy of her madness. She told him that Count S. had returned to her arms, and that the child which the gypsy had taken to her father's house was the fruit of their love. The rumor went abroad in the city that Count Z. had taken the unfortunate woman to his home, but the truth was that she remained hidden in the deserted house under the care of the valet. Count Z. died a short time ago, and Countess Gabrielle came here with her daughter Edwina to arrange some family affairs. It was not possible for her to avoid seeing her unfortunate sister. Strange things must have happened during this visit, but the Countess has not confided anything to me, saying merely that she had found it necessary to take the mad woman away from the old valet. It had been discovered that he had controlled her outbreaks by means of force and physical cruelty, and that also, allured by Angelica's assertions that she could make gold, he had allowed himself to assist her in her weird operations. It would be quite unnecessary, thus the physician ended his story, to say anything more to you about the deeper inward relationship of all these strange things. It is clear to my mind that it was you who brought about the catastrophe, a catastrophe which will mean recovery or speedy death for the sick woman. And now I will confess to you that I was not a little alarmed, horrified even, to discover that, when I had set myself in magnetic communication with you by placing my hand on your neck, I could see the picture in the mirror with my own eyes. We both know now that the reflection in the glass was the face of Countess Edwina. I repeat Dr. K.'s words in saying that, to my mind also, there is no further comment that can be made on all these facts. I consider it equally unnecessary to discuss at any further length with you now the mysterious relationship between Angelica, Edwina, the old valet, and myself, a relationship which seemed the work of a malicious demon who was playing his tricks with us. I will add only that I left the city soon after all these events, driven from the place by an oppression I could not shake off. The uncanny sensation left me suddenly a month or so later, giving way to a feeling of intense relief that flowed through all my veins with the warmth of an electric current. I am convinced that this change within me came about in the moment when the mad woman died. End of Section 12. The Deserted House by Ernest Theodor Amadeus Hoffmann, Part 2. Section 13 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. The Mysterious Sketch by Erckmann-Chatrian, Part 1. Opposite the chapel of St. Sebald in Nuremberg, at the corner of Trabas Street, there stands a little tavern, tall and narrow, with a toothed gable and dusty windows, whose roof is surmounted by a plaster Virgin. It was there that I spent the unhappiest days of my life. I had gone to Nuremberg to study the old German masters, but in default of ready money I had to paint portraits, and such portraits, fat old women with their cats on their laps, big-wigged aldermen, burgomasters in three-cornered hats, all horribly bright with ochre and vermilion. From portraits I descended to sketches, and from sketches to silhouettes. Nothing is more annoying than to have your landlord come to you every day with pinched lips, shrill voice, and impudent manner to say,
"Well, sir, how soon are you going to pay me? Do you know how much your bill is? No, that doesn't worry you. You eat, drink, and sleep calmly enough. God feeds the sparrows. Your bill now amounts to 200 florins and 10 kreuzers. It is not worth talking about."
Those who have not heard anyone talk in this way can form no idea of it. Love of art, imagination, and the sacred enthusiasm for the beautiful are blasted by the breath of such an attack. You become awkward and timid. All your energy evaporates, as well as your feeling of personal dignity, and you bow respectfully at a distance to the burgomaster Schneegens. One night, not having a sou as usual, and threatened with imprisonment by this worthy Mr. Rapp, I determined to make him a bankrupt by cutting my throat. Seated on my narrow bed, opposite the window, in this agreeable mood, I gave myself up to 1,000 philosophical reflections, more or less comforting. What is man? I asked myself. An omnivorous animal, his jaws provided with canines, and incisors, and molars prove it. The canines are made to tear meat, the incisors to bite fruits, and the molars to masticate, grind, and triturate animal and vegetable substances that are pleasant to smell and to taste. But when he has nothing to masticate, this being is an absurdity in nature, a superfluity, a fifth wheel to the coach. Such were my reflections. I dared not open my razor for fear that the invincible force of my logic would inspire me with the courage to make an end of it all. After having argued so finely, I blew out my candle, postponing the sequel till the morrow. That abominable Rapp had completely stupefied me. I could do nothing but silhouettes, and my sole desire was to have some money to rid myself of his odious presence. But on this night a singular change came over my mind. I awoke about 1 o'clock, I lit my lamp, and enveloping myself in my grey gabardine, I drew upon the paper a rapid sketch after the Dutch school, something strange and bizarre, which had not the slightest resemblance to my ordinary conceptions. Imagine a dreary courtyard enclosed by high, dilapidated walls. These walls are furnished with hooks, 7 or 8 feet from the ground. You see, at a glance, that it is a butchery. On the left there extends a lattice structure. You perceive through it a quartered beef suspended from the roof by enormous pulleys. Great pools of blood run over the flagstones and unite in a ditch full of refuse. The light falls from above, between the chimneys where the weathercocks stand out from a bit of the sky the size of your hand, and the roofs of the neighboring houses throw bold shadows from story to story. At the back of this place is a shed. Beneath the shed, a pile of wood, and upon the pile of wood some ladders, a few bundles of straw, some coils of rope, a chicken coop, and an old dilapidated rabbit hutch. How did these heterogeneous details suggest themselves to my imagination? I don't know. I had no reminiscences, and yet every stroke of the pencil seemed the result of observation, and strange because it was all so true. Nothing was lacking. But on the right, one corner of the sketch remained a blank.
I did not know what to put there. Something suddenly seemed to writhe there, to move. Then I saw a foot, the sole of a foot. Notwithstanding this improbable position, I followed my inspiration without reference to my own criticism. This foot was joined to a leg. Over this leg, stretched out with effort, there soon floated the skirt of a dress. In short, there appeared by degrees an old woman, pale, dishevelled, and wasted, thrown down at the side of a well, and struggling to free herself from a hand that clutched her throat. It was a murder scene that I was drawing. The pencil fell from my hand. This woman, in the boldest attitude, with her thighs bent on the curb of the well, her face contracted by terror, and her two hands grasping the murderer's arm, frightened me. I could not look at her, but the man, he, the person to whom that arm belonged, I could not see him. It was impossible for me to finish the sketch. "I am tired," I said, my forehead dripping with perspiration. "There is only this figure to do. I will finish it tomorrow. It'll be easy then." And again I went to bed, thoroughly frightened by my vision. The next morning I got up very early. I was dressing in order to resume my interrupted work when two little knocks were heard on my door. "Come in." The door opened. An old man, tall, thin, and dressed in black, appeared on the threshold. This man's face, his eyes set close together, and his large nose like the beak of an eagle, surmounted by a high bony forehead, had something severe about it. He bowed to me gravely. "Mr. Christian Venius, the painter?" said he. "That is my name, sir." He bowed again, adding, "The Baron Frederick van Sprechtal." The appearance of the rich amateur, Van Sprechtal, judge of the criminal court, in my poor lodging greatly disturbed me. I could not help throwing a stealthy glance at my old worm-eaten furniture, my damp hangings, and my dusty floor. I felt humiliated by such dilapidation. But Van Sprechtal did not seem to take any account of these details, and sitting down at my little table, "Mr. Venius," he resumed, "I come—" But at this instant his glance fell upon the unfinished sketch. He did not finish his phrase. I was sitting on the edge of my little bed, and the sudden attention that this personage bestowed upon one of my productions made my heart beat with an indefinable apprehension. At the end of a minute, Van Sprechtal lifted his head. "Are you the author of that sketch?" he asked me with an intent look. "Yes, sir." "What is the price of it?" "I never sell my sketches. It is the plan for a picture." "Ah," said he, picking up the paper with the tips of his long yellow fingers. He took a lens from his waistcoat pocket and began to study the design in silence. The sun was now shining obliquely into the garret. Van Sprechtal never said a word. The hook of his immense nose increased, his heavy eyebrows contracted, and his long pointed chin took a turn upward, making 1,000 little wrinkles in his long thin cheeks. The silence was so profound that I could distinctly hear the plaintive buzzing of a fly that had been caught in a spider's web. "And the dimensions of this picture, Mr. Venius?" he said, without looking at me.
3 feet by 4.
The price?
50 ducats. Van Spreckdahl laid the sketch on the table and drew from his pocket a large purse of green silk shaped like a pear. He drew the rings of it.
50 ducats, said he. Here they are.
I was simply dazzled. The Baron rose and bowed to me, and I heard his big ivory-headed cane resounding on each step until he reached the bottom of the stairs. Then, recovering from my stupor, I suddenly remembered that I had not thanked him, and I flew down the 5 flights like lightning. But when I reached the bottom, I looked to the right and left. The street was deserted. "Well," I said, "this is strange." And I went upstairs again, all out of breath. End of section 13. The Mysterious Sketch, Part 1. Section 14 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, The Mysterious Sketch, Part 2. The surprising way in which Van Spreckdahl had appeared to me threw me into deep wonderment. "Yesterday," I said to myself as I contemplated the pile of ducats glittering in the sun, "yesterday I formed the wicked intention of cutting my throat, all for the want of a few miserable florins, and now today fortune has showered them from the clouds. Indeed, it was fortunate that I did not open my razor, and if the same temptation ever comes to me again, I will take care to wait until the morrow." After making these judicious reflections, I sat down to finish the sketch. 4 strokes of the pencil, and it would be finished. But here an incomprehensible difficulty awaited me. It was impossible for me to take those 4 sweeps of the pencil. I had lost the thread of my inspiration, and the mysterious personage no longer stood out in my brain. I tried in vain to evoke him, to sketch him, and to recover him. He no more accorded with the surroundings than with a figure by Raphael in a Teniers Inn kitchen. I broke out into a profuse perspiration. At this moment Rapp opened the door without knocking, according to his praiseworthy custom. His eyes fell upon my pile of ducats, and in a shrill voice he cried,
So I catch you. Will you still persist in telling me, Mr. Painter, that you have no money?"
And his hooked fingers advanced with that nervous trembling that the sight of gold always produces in a miser. For a few seconds I was stupefied. The memory of all the indignities that this individual had inflicted upon me, his covetous look, and his impudent smile exasperated me. With a single bound I caught hold of him and pushed him out of the room, slamming the door in his face. This was done with the crack and rapidity of a spring snuff-box. But from outside the old usurer screamed like an eagle.
"My money, you thief, my money!"
The lodgers came out of their rooms asking, "What is the matter? What has happened?" I opened the door suddenly and quickly gave Mr. Rapp a kick in the spine that sent him rolling down more than 20 steps. "That's what's the matter," I cried, quite beside myself. Then I shut the door and bolted it, while bursts of laughter from the neighbors greeted Mr. Rapp in the passage. I was satisfied with myself. I rubbed my hands together. This adventure had put new life into me. I resumed my work and was about to finish the sketch when I heard an unusual noise. Butts of muskets were grounded on the pavement. I looked out of my window and saw 3 soldiers in full uniform with grounded arms in front of my door. I said to myself in my terror, "Can it be that that scoundrel of a Rapp has had any bones broken?" And here is the strange peculiarity of the human mind. I, who the night before had wanted to cut my own throat, shook from head to foot, thinking that I might well be hanged if Rapp were dead. The stairway was filled with confused noises. It was an ascending flood of heavy footsteps, clanking arms, and short syllables. Suddenly, somebody tried to open my door. It was shut. Then there was a general clamor. "In the name of the law, open!" I arose, trembling and weak in the knees. "Open!" the same voice repeated. I thought to escape over the roofs, but I had hardly put my head out of the little snuff-box window when I drew back, seized with vertigo. I saw in a flash all the windows below with their shining panes, their flower pots, their bird cages, and their gratings. Lower, the balcony. Still lower, the street lamp. Still lower again, the sign of the red cask framed in ironwork. And finally, 3 glittering bayonets, only awaiting my fall to run me through the body from the sole of my foot to the crown of my head. On the roof of the opposite house, a tortoise-shell cat was crouching behind a chimney, watching a band of sparrows fighting and scolding in the gutter. One cannot imagine to what clearness, intensity, and rapidity the human eye acquires when stimulated by fear. At the 3rd summons I heard, "Open, or we shall force it." Seeing that flight was impossible, I staggered to the door and drew the bolt. 2 hands immediately fell upon my collar. A dumpy little man, smelling of wine, said, "I arrest you." He wore a bottle-green redingote, buttoned to the chin, and a stovepipe hat. He had large brown whiskers, rings on every finger, and was named Passoff. He was the chief of police. 5 bulldogs with flat caps, noses like pistols, and lower jaws turning upward observed me from outside. "What do you want?" I asked Passoff. "Come downstairs," he cried roughly, as he gave a sign to one of his men to seize me. This man took hold of me, more dead than alive, while several other men turned my room upside down. I went downstairs, supported by the arms like a person in the last stages of consumption, with hair disheveled and stumbling at every step. They thrust me into a cab between 2 strong fellows, who charitably let me see the ends of their clubs, held to their wrists by a leather string, and then the carriage started off. I heard behind us the feet of all the urchins of the town. "What have I done?" I asked one of my keepers. He looked at the other one with a strange smile and said, "Hans, he asks what he has done." That smile froze my blood. Soon a deep shadow enveloped the carriage. The horses' hoofs resounded under an archway. We were entering the Raspail-Haus. Of this place one might say, "Dans cet ant, je vois fort bien
comme l'une entrée, et ne voit point comme un seul.
All is not rose-colored in this world. From the claws of Rap I fell into a dungeon, from which very few poor devils have a chance to escape. Large dark courtyards and rows of windows like a hospital, and furnished with gratings, not a sprig of verdure, not a festoon of ivy, not even a weathercock in perspective. Such was my new lodging. It was enough to make one tear his hair out by the roots. The police officers, accompanied by the jailer, took me temporarily to a lock-up. The jailer, if I remember rightly, was named Caspar Schlussel. With his gray woolen cap, his pipe between his teeth, and his bunch of keys at his belt, he reminded me of the owl god of the Caribs. He had the same golden yellow eyes that see in the dark, a nose like a comma, and a neck that was sunk between the shoulders. Schlussel shut me up as calmly as one locks up his socks in a cupboard while thinking of something else. As for me, I stood for more than 10 minutes with my hands behind my back and my head bowed. At the end of that time, I made the following reflection. When falling, Rap cried out, "I am assassinated," but he did not say by whom. I will say it was my neighbor, the old merchant with the spectacles. He will be hanged in my place. This idea comforted my heart, and I drew a long breath. Then I looked about my prison. It seemed to have been newly whitewashed, and the walls were bare of designs, except in one corner, where a gallows had been crudely sketched by my predecessor. The light was admitted through a bull's-eye about 9 or 10 feet from the floor. The furniture consisted of a bundle of straw and a tub. I sat down upon the straw with my hands around my knees in deep despondency. It was with great difficulty that I could think clearly, but suddenly imagining that Rap, before dying, had denounced me, my legs began to tingle, and I jumped up coughing, as if the hempen cord were already tightening around my neck. At the same moment I heard Schlussel walking down the corridor. He opened the lock-up and told me to follow him. He was still accompanied by the 2 officers, so I fell into step resolutely. We walked down long galleries, lighted at intervals by small windows from within. Behind a grating I saw the famous Jick-Jack, who was going to be executed on the morrow. He had on a straitjacket and sang out in a raucous voice, "Je suis le roi de ces montagnes." Seeing me, he called out, "Hey, comrade, I'll keep a place for you at my right." The 2 police officers and the owl god looked at each other and smiled, while I felt the goose-flesh creep down the whole length of my back. End of Section 14. The Mysterious Sketch, Part 2. Section 15 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15. The Mysterious Sketch, Part 3. Schlussel shoved me into a large and very dreary hall, with benches arranged in a semicircle. The appearance of this deserted hall, with its 2 high grated windows, and its Christ carved in old brown oak, with his arms extended and his head sorrowfully inclined upon his shoulder, inspired me with I do not know what kind of religious fear that accorded with my actual situation. All my ideas of false accusation disappeared, and my lips tremblingly murmured a prayer. I had not prayed for a long time, but misfortune always brings us to thoughts of submission. Man is so little in himself. Opposite me, on an elevated seat, 2 men were sitting, with their backs to the light, and consequently their faces were in shadow. However, I recognized von Sprechdahl by his aquiline profile, illuminated by an oblique reflection from the window. The other person was fat. He had round, chubby cheeks and short hands, and he wore a robe like van Sprechdahl. Below was the clerk of the court, Conrad. He was writing at a low table and was tickling the tip of his ear with the feather end of his pen. When I entered, he stopped to look at me curiously. They made me sit down, and von Sprechdahl, raising his voice, said to me, "Christian Vanius, where did you get this sketch?" He showed me the nocturnal sketch, which was then in his possession. It was handed to me. After having examined it, I replied, "I am the author of it." A long silence followed. The clerk of the court, Conrad, wrote down my reply. I heard his pen scratch over the paper, and I thought, why did they ask me that question? That has nothing to do with the kick I gave Rapp in the back.
"You are the author of it?" asked van Sprechdahl. "What is the subject?"
"It is a subject of pure fancy."
"You have not copied the details from some spot?"
"No, sir. I imagined it all."
"Accused Christian," said the judge in a severe tone, "I ask you to reflect. Do not lie."
"I have spoken the truth."
"Write that down, clerk," said van Sprechdahl.
The pen scratched again.
"And this woman," continued the judge, "this woman who is being murdered at the side of the well, did you imagine her also?"
"Certainly."
"You have never seen her?"
"Never."
Van Sprechdahl rose indignantly. Then, sitting down again, he seemed to consult his companion in a low voice. These 2 dark profiles silhouetted against the brightness of the window, and the 3 men standing behind me, the silence in the hall, everything made me shiver. "What do you want with me? What have I done?" I murmured. Suddenly van Sprechdahl said to my guardians, "You can take the prisoner back to the carriage. We will go to Metzerstrasse."
Then, addressing me,
"Christian Vanius," he cried, "you are in a deplorable situation. Collect your thoughts and remember that if the law of man is inflexible, there still remains for you the mercy of God. This you can merit by confessing your crime."
These words stunned me like a blow from a hammer. I fell back with extended arms, crying, "Ah, what a terrible dream!" And I fainted. When I regained consciousness, the carriage was rolling slowly down the street. Another one preceded us. The 2 officers were always with me. One of them, on the way, offered a pinch of snuff to his companion. Mechanically, I reached out my hand toward the snuff-box, but he withdrew it quickly. My cheeks reddened with shame, and I turned away my head to conceal my emotion.
"If you look outside," said the man with the snuff-box, "we shall be obliged to put handcuffs on you."
"May the devil strangle you, you infernal scoundrel," I said to myself. And as the carriage now stopped, one of them got out, while the other held me by the collar. Then, Seeing that his comrade was ready to receive me, he pushed me rudely to him. These infinite precautions to hold possession of my person boded no good, but I was far from predicting the seriousness of the accusation that hung over my head, until an alarming circumstance opened my eyes and threw me into despair. They pushed me along a low alley, the pavement of which was unequal and broken. Along the wall there ran a yellowish ooze, exhaling a fetid odor. I walked down this dark place with the two men behind me. A little further there appeared the chiaroscuro of an interior courtyard. I grew more and more terror-stricken as I advanced. It was no natural feeling. It was a poignant anxiety, outside of nature, like a nightmare. I recoiled instinctively at each step. "Go on," cried one of the policemen, laying his hand on my shoulder. "Go on." But what was my astonishment when, at the end of the passage, I saw the courtyard that I had drawn the night before, with its walls furnished with hooks, its rubbish heap of old iron, its chicken coops, and its rabbit hutch. Not a dormer window, high or low, not a broken pane, not the slightest detail had been omitted. I was thunderstruck by this strange revelation. Near the well were the two judges, Van Sprechdal and Richter. At their feet lay the old woman, extended on her back, her long, thin gray hair, her blue face, her eyes wide open, and her tongue between her teeth. It was a horrible spectacle. "Well," said Van Sprechdal, with solemn accents, "what do you have to say?" I did not reply. "Do you remember having thrown this woman, Teresa Becker, into this well, after having strangled her to rob her of her money?" "No," I cried. "No, I do not know this woman. I never saw her before. May God help me." "That will do," he replied in a dry voice. And without saying another word, he went out with his companion. The officers now believed that they had best put handcuffs on me. They took me back to the Raspel house in a state of profound stupidity. I did not know what to think. My conscience itself troubled me. I even asked myself if I really had murdered the old woman. In the eyes of the officers, I was condemned. I will not tell you of my emotions that night in the Raspel house when, seated on my straw bed with the window opposite me and the gallows in perspective, I heard the watchman cry in the silence of the night, "Sleep, people of Nuremberg, the Lord watches over you. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock." Everyone may form his own idea of such a night. There is a fine saying that it is better to be hanged innocent than guilty. For the soul, yes, but for the body it makes no difference. On the contrary, it kicks, it curses its lot, it tries to escape, knowing well enough that its role ends with the rope. Add to this that it repents not having sufficiently enjoyed life and at having listened to the soul when it preached abstinence. "Ah, if I had only known," it cried, "you would not have led me around by a string with your big words, your beautiful phrases, and your magnificent sentences. You would not have allured me with your fine promises. I should have had many happy moments that are now lost forever. Everything is over. You said to me, 'Control your passions.' Very well, I did control them. here I am now. They are going to hang me, and you. Later they will speak of you as a sublime soul, a stoical soul, a martyr to the errors of justice. They will never think about me. Such were the sad reflections of my poor body. Day broke, at first dull and undecided. It threw an uncertain light on my bull's-eye window with its crossbars. Then it blazed against the wall at the back. Outside, the street became lively. This was a market day. It was Friday. I heard the vegetable wagons pass, and also the country people with their baskets. Some chickens cackled in their coops in passing, and some butter sellers chattered together. The market opposite opened, and they began to arrange the stalls. Finally, it was broad daylight, and the vast murmur of the increasing crowd, housekeepers who assembled with baskets on their arms, coming and going, discussing and marketing, told me that it was 8 o'clock. With the light, my heart gained a little courage. Some of my black thoughts disappeared. I desired to see what was going on outside. Other prisoners before me had managed to climb up to the bull's-eye. They had dug some holes in the wall to mount more easily. I climbed in my turn, and when seated in the oval edge of the window, with my legs bent and my head bowed, I could see the crowd and all the life and movement. Tears ran freely down my cheeks. I thought no longer of suicide. I experienced a need to live and breathe, which was really extraordinary. Ah, I said, to live what happiness! Let them harness me to a wheelbarrow. Let them put a ball and chain around my leg. Nothing matters if I may only live. The old market, with its roof shaped like an extinguisher, supported on heavy pillars, made a superb picture. Old women seated before their panniers of vegetables, their cages of poultry, and their baskets of eggs. Behind them the Jews, dealers in old clothes, their faces the color of old boxwood. Butchers with bare arms cutting up meat on their stalls. Countrymen with large hats on the backs of their heads, calm and grave with their hands behind their backs and resting on their sticks of Hollywood, and tranquilly smoking their pipes. When the tumult and noise of the crowd, those screaming, shrill, grave, high and short words, those expressive gestures, those sudden attitudes that show from a distance the progress of a discussion and depict so well the character of the individual. In short, all this captivated my mind, and notwithstanding my sad condition, I felt happy to be still of the world. Now, while I looked about in this manner, a man, a butcher, passed, inclining forward and carrying an enormous quarter of beef on his shoulders. His arms were bare, his elbows were raised upward, and his head was bent under them. His long hair, like that of Salvator's Sicambrian, hid his face from me, and yet, at the first glance, I trembled. "It is he," I said. All the blood in my body rushed to my heart. I got down from the window trembling to the ends of my fingers, feeling my cheeks quiver, and the pallor spread over my face, stammering in a choked voice, "It is he! He is there! There! And I have to die to expiate his crime. Oh, God! What shall I do? What shall I do?" A sudden idea, an inspiration from heaven flashed across my mind. I put my hand in the pocket of my coat. My box of crayons was there. Then, rushing to the wall, I began to trace the scene of the murder with superhuman energy, no uncertainty, no hesitation. I knew the man. I had seen him. He was there before me. At 10 o'clock, the jailer came to my cell. His owl-like impassibility gave place to admiration. "Is it possible?" he cried, standing at the threshold. "Go, bring me my judges," I said to him, pursuing my work with an increasing exultation. Schlussel answered, "They are waiting for you in the trial room." "I wish to make a revelation," I cried, as I put the finishing touches to the mysterious personage. He lived. He was frightful to see. His full-faced figure, foreshortened upon the wall, stood out from the white background with an astonishing vitality. The jailer went away. A few minutes afterward, the two judges appeared. They were stupefied. I, trembling, with extended hand, said to them, "There is the murderer." After a few minutes of silence, Van Spreckdahl asked me, "What is his name?" "I don't know, but he is at this moment in the market. He is cutting up meat in the third stall to the left as you enter from Traube Street." "What do you think?" said he, leaning toward his colleague. "Send for the man," he replied in a grave tone. Several officers retained in the corridor obeyed this order. The judges stood examining the sketch. As for me, I had dropped on my bed of straw, my head between my knees, perfectly exhausted. Soon steps were heard echoing under the archway. Those who have never awaited the hour of deliverance and counted the minutes, which seem like centuries, those who have never experienced the sharp emotions of outrage, terror, hope, and doubt, can have no conception of the inward chills that I experienced at that moment. I should have distinguished the step of the murderer, walking between the guards among 1,000 others. They approached. The judges themselves seemed moved. I raised up my head, my heart feeling as if an iron hand had clutched it, and I fixed my eyes upon the closed door. It opened. The man entered. His cheeks were red and swollen. The muscles in his large contracted jaws twitched as far as his ears, and his little restless eyes, yellow like a wolf's, gleamed beneath his heavy yellowish-red eyebrows. Van Spreckdahl showed him the sketch in silence. Then that murderous man, with the large shoulders, having looked, grew pale. Then, giving a roar which thrilled us all with terror, he waved his enormous arms and jumped backward to overthrow the guards. There was a terrible struggle in the corridor. You could hear nothing but the panting breath of the butcher, his muttered imprecations, and the short words and the shuffling feet of the guard upon the flagstones. It lasted only a minute. Finally the assassin re-entered, with his head hanging down, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands fastened behind his back. He looked again at the picture of the murderer. He seemed to reflect, and then, in a low voice, as if talking to himself, "Who could have seen me," he said, "at midnight?" I was saved. Many years have passed since that terrible adventure. Thank heaven! I make silhouettes no longer, nor portraits of burgomasters. Through hard work and perseverance, I have conquered my place in the world, and I earn my living honorably by painting works of art, the sole end, in my opinion, to which a true artist should aspire. But the memory of that nocturnal sketch has always remained in my mind. Sometimes, in the midst of work, The thought of it recurs, and I lay down my palette and dream for hours. How could a crime committed by a man that I did not know, at a place that I had never seen, have been reproduced by my pencil in all its smallest details? Was it chance? No. And moreover, what is chance but the effect of a cause of which we are ignorant? Was Schiller right when he said, "The immortal soul does not participate in the weaknesses of matter. During the sleep of the body, it spreads its radiant wings and travels God knows where. What it then does, no one can say, but inspiration sometimes betrays the secret of its nocturnal wanderings." Who knows? Nature is more audacious in her realities than man in his most fantastic imagining. End of section 15. End of The Mysterious Sketch by Erckmann-Chatrian. Section 16 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Green Branches, Part 1, by Fiona Macleod. In the year that followed the death of Manus Macadron, James Auchenna saw nothing of his brother Gloom. He might have thought himself alone in the world of all his people, but for a letter that came to him out of the West. True, he had never accepted the common opinion that his brothers had both been drowned on the night when Annie Gillespie left Islandmoor with Manus. In the first place, he had nothing of that inner conviction concerning the fate of Gloom which he had concerning that of Marcus. In the next, had he not heard the sound of the faden, which no one that he knew played except Gloom? And, for further token, was not the tune that which he hated above all others, the Dance of the Dead? For who but Gloom would be playing that, he hating it so, and the hour being late and no one else on Islandmoor? It was no sure thing that the dead had not come back, but the more he thought of it, the more Auchenna believed that his sixth brother was still alive. Of this, however, he said nothing to anyone. It was as a man set free that, at last, after long waiting and patient trouble, with the disposal of all that was left of the Auchenna heritage, he left the island. It was a grey memory for him, the bleak moorland of it, the blight that had lain so long and so often upon the crops, the rains that had swept the isle for grey days and grey weeks and grey months, the sobbing of the sea by day and its dark moan by night, its dim relinquishing sigh in the calm of dreary ebbs, its hollow, baffling roar when the storm shadow swept up out of the sea. One and all oppressed him, even in memory. He had never loved the island, even when it lay green and fragrant in the green and white seas under white and blue skies, fresh and sweet as an Eden of the sea. He had ever been lonely and weary, tired of the mysterious shadow that lay upon his folk, caring little for any of his brothers except the eldest, long since mysteriously gone out of the ken of man, and almost hating Gloom, who had ever borne him a grudge because of his beauty, and because of his likeness to and reverent heed for Alison. Moreover, ever since he had come to love Katrine MacArthur, the daughter of Donald MacArthur, who lived in Sleat of Skye, he had been eager to live near her. The more eager as he knew that Gloom loved the girl also, and wished for success not only for his sake, but so as to put a slight upon his younger brother. So, when at last he left the island, he sailed southward gladly. He was leaving Islandmoor. He was bound to a new home in Skye, and perhaps he was going to his long-delayed, long-dreamed-of happiness. True, Chatrian was not pledged to him. He did not even know for sure if she loved him. He thought, hoped, dreamed, almost believed that she did. But then there was her cousin Ian, who had long wooed her, and to whom old Donald MacArthur had given his blessing. Nevertheless, his heart would have been lighter than it had been for long, but for two things. First, there was the letter. Some weeks earlier he had received it, not recognizing the writing because of the few letters he had ever seen, and, moreover, as it was in a feigned hand. With difficulty he had deciphered the manuscript, plain printed though it was. It ran thus: "Well, Seamus, my brother, it is wondering if I am dead you will be. Maybe aye, and maybe no. But I send you this writing to let you know that I know all you do and think of. So, you are going to leave Islandmoor without an akana upon it? And you will be going to sleet in Skye? Well, let me be telling you this thing. Do not go. I see blood there, and there is this too. Neither you nor any man shall take Chatrian away from me. You know that, and Ian MacArthur knows it, and Chatrian knows it, and that holds whether I am alive or dead. I say to you, do not go. It will be better for you and for all. Ian MacArthur is away in the North Sea with the whaler captain who came to us at Islandmoor, and will not be back for 3 months yet. It will be better for him not to come back, but if he comes back, he will have to reckon with the man who says that Chatrian MacArthur is his. I would rather not have 2 men to speak to, and one my brother. It does not matter to you where I am. I want no money just now. But put aside my portion for me. Have it ready for me against the day I call for it. I will not be patient that day, so have it ready for me. In the place that I am content. You will be saying, why is my brother away in a remote place? I will say this to you, that it is not further north than St. Kilda, nor further south than the Mull of Cantyre. And for what reason? That is between me and silence. But perhaps you think of Anne sometimes. Do you know that she lies under the green grass? And of Manus MacAdram? They say that he swam out into the sea and was drowned, and they whisper of the seal blood, though the minister is wrath with them for that. He calls it a madness. Well, I was there at that madness, and I played to it on my fadden. And now, Seamus, can you be thinking of what the tune was that I played? Your brother, who waits his own day, gloom. Do not be forgetting this thing. I would rather not be playing the Damsa na Mire. It was an ill hour for Manus when he heard the Dan an Ron. It was the song of his soul, that, and yours is the Damsa na Merv. This letter was ever in his mind, this and what happened in the gloaming when he sailed away for Skye in the herring smack of 2 men who lived at Armandale in Sleat. For, as the boat moved slowly out of the haven, one of the men asked him if he was sure that no one was left upon the island, for he thought he had seen a figure on the rocks, waving a black scarf. Akana shook his head. but just then his companion cried that at that moment he had seen the same thing. So the smack was put about, and when she was moving slowly through the haven again, Acherna sculled ashore and the little cogly punt. In vain he searched here and there, calling loudly again and again. Both men could hardly have been mistaken, he thought. If there were no human creature on the island, and if their eyes had not played them false, who could it be? The wraith of Marcus, mayhap. Or might it be the old man himself, his father, risen to bid farewell to his youngest son, or to warn him? It was no use to wait longer, so, looking often behind him, he made his way to the boat again and rowed slowly out toward the smack. Jerk, 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 across the water came, low but only too loud for him, the opening motif of the Damsa Namira. A horror came upon him, and he drove the boat through the water so that the sea splashed over the bows. When he came on deck, he cried in a hoarse voice to the man next to him to put up the helm and let the smack swing to the wind. "There is no one there, Callum Campbell," he whispered. "And who is it that will be making that strange music?" "What music?" "Sure, it has stopped now, but I heard it clear, and so did Andra McEwen. It was like the sound of a reed pipe, and the tune was an eerie one at that." "It was the dance of the dead." "And who will be playing that?" asked the man, with fear in his eyes. "No living man." "No living man?" "No. I'm thinking it will be one of my brothers who was drowned there, and by the same token that it is Gloom, for he played upon the fadden. But if not, then... The two men waited in breathless silence, each trembling with superstitious fear. But at last the elder made a sign to Acherna to finish. "Then it will be the Kelpie." Is there one of the cave women here?" "It is said, and you know of old, that the Kelpie sings or plays a strange tune to wile seamen to their death." At that moment the fantastic jerking music came loud and clear across the bay. There was a horrible suggestion in it, as if dead bodies were moving along the ground with long jerks and crying and laughing wild. It was enough. The men, Campbell and McEwen, would not now have waited longer if Acherna had offered them all he had in the world. Nor were they, or he, out of their panic haste, till the smack stood well out at sea, and not a sound could be heard from Islandmoor. They stood watching silent. Out of the dusky mass that lay in the seaward way to the north came a red gleam. It was like an eye staring after them with blood-red glances. "What is that, Acherna?" "It looks as though a fire had been lighted in the house up in the island. The door and the window must be open. The fire must be fed with wood, for no peats would give that flame. And there were none lighted when I left. To my knowing, there was no wood for burning, except the wood of the shelves and the bed." "And who would be doing that?" "I know of that no more than you do, Callum Campbell." No more was said, and it was a relief to all when the last glimmer of the light was absorbed in the darkness. At the end of the voyage, Campbell and McEwen were well pleased to be quit of their companion, not so much because he was moody and distraught, as because they feared that a spell was upon him, a fate in the working of which they might become involved. It needed no vow of the one to the other for them to come to the conclusion that they would never land on Islandmoor, or, if need be, only in broad daylight, and never alone. The days went well for James Akana, where he made his home at Ranza Beg, on Ranza water in the sleet of Skye. The farm was small but good, and he hoped that with help and care he would soon have the place as good a farm as there was in all Skye. Donald MacArthur did not let him see much of Katrine, but the old man was no longer opposed to him. Seamus must wait till Ian MacArthur came back again, which might be any day now. For sure, James Akana of Ranza Beg was a very different person from the youngest of the Akana folk, who held by on lonely Islandmoor. Moreover, the old man could not but think with pleasure that it would be well to see Katrine able to walk over the whole land of Ranza, from the cairn at the north of his own Ranza Moor to the burn at the south of Ranza Beg, and know it for her own. But Akana was ready to wait. Even before he had the secret word of Katrine, he knew from her beautiful dark eyes that she loved him. As the weeks went by, they managed to meet often, and at last Katrine told him that she loved him too, and would have none but him, but that they must wait till Ian came back because of the pledge given to him by her father. They were days of joy for him, though many a hot noontide hour, through many a gloaming he went as one in a dream. Whenever he saw a birch swaying in the wind, or a wave leaping upon Loch Leith that was near his home, or passed a bush covered with wild roses, or saw the moonbeams lying white on the boles of the pines, he thought of Katrine. His fawn for grace, and so lithe and tall, with sun-browned face and wavy dark mass of hair, and shadowy eyes and rowan red lips. It is said that there is a god clothed in shadow who goes to and fro among the humankind, putting silence between lovers with his waving hands, and breathing a chill out of his cold breath, and leaving a gulf of deep water flowing between them because of the passing of his feet. That shadow never came their way. Their love grew as a flower fed by rains and warmed by sunlight. When midsummer came and there was no sign of Ian MacArthur, it was already too late. Katrine had been won. End of section 16. Green Branches, Part 1. Section 17 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. Green Branches, Part 2. During the summer months, it was the custom for Katrine and two of the farm girls to go up Mwyl Ranza to reside at the shieling of Cnach-an-Ffrwc, and this because of the hill pasture for the sheep. Cnach-an-Ffrwc is a round boulder-studded hill covered with heather, which has a precipitous quarry on each side, and in front slopes down to Loch-an-Ffrwc, a lochlet surrounded by dark woods. Behind the hill, or great hillock rather, lay the shieling. At each weekend, Katrine went down to Ramsay Moor, and on every Monday morning at sunrise returned to her heather-girt eyrie. It was on one of these visits that she endured a cruel shock. Her father told her that she must marry someone else than Seamus Akana. He had heard words about him which made a union impossible, and indeed he hoped that the man would leave Ranza Beg. In the end, he admitted that what he had heard was to the effect that Akena was under a doom of some kind, that he was involved in a blood feud, and moreover that he was fey. The old man would not be explicit as to the person from whom his information came, but hinted that he was a stranger of rank, probably a laird of the Isles. Besides this, there was word of Ian MacArthur. He was a Thurso in the far north, and would be in Skye before long, and he, her father, had written to him that he might wed Katrine as soon as was practicable. "Do you see that linty yonder, father?" was her response to this. "Aye, lass, and what about the birdeen?" "Well, when she mates with a hawk, so will I be mating with Ian MacArthur, but not till then." With that she turned and left the house and went back to Knock-on-Fruch. On the way she met Akena. It was that night that for the first time he swam across Loch-an-Fruch to meet Katrine. The quickest way to reach the shieling was to row across the lochlet, and then ascend by a sheep path that wound through the hazel copses at the base of the hill. Fully half an hour was thus saved, because of the steepness of the precipitous corries to the right and left. A boat was kept for this purpose, but it was fastened to a shore boulder by a padlocked iron chain, the key of which was kept by Donald MacArthur. Latterly, he had refused to let this key out of his possession. For one thing, no doubt, he believed he could thus restrain Akena from visiting his daughter. The young man could not approach the shieling from either side without being seen. But that night, soon after the moon was whitening slow in the dark, Katrine stole down to the hazel copse and awaited the coming of her lover. The Lochan was visible from almost any point on Knock-on-Fruch, as well as from the south side. To cross it in a boat unseen, if any watcher were near, would be impossible, nor could even a swimmer hope to escape notice, unless in the gloom of night, or mayhap in the dusk. When, however, she saw, halfway across the water, a spray of green branches slowly moving athwart the surface, she knew that Seamus was keeping his tryst. If, perchance, anyone else saw, he or she would never guess that those derelict rowan branches shrouded Seamus Akena. It was not until the estray had drifted close to the hedge, where, hid among the bracken and hazel undergrowth, she awaited him, that Katrine descried the face of her lover, as with one hand he parted the green sprays, and stared longingly and lovingly at the figure he could just discern in the dim, fragrant obscurity. And as it was this night, so was it many of the nights that followed. Katrine spent the days as in a dream. Not even the news of her cousin Ian's return disturbed her much. One day the inevitable meeting came. She was at Ransamore, and when a shadow came into the dairy where she was standing, she looked up and saw Ian before her. She thought he appeared taller and stronger than ever, though still not so tall as Seamus, who would appear slim beside the Herculean Skyeman. But as she looked at his close curling black hair, and thick bull neck, and the sullen eyes and the dark wind-red face, she wondered that she had ever tolerated him at all. He broke the ice at once. "Tell me, Katrine, are you glad to see me back again?" "I am glad that you are home once more, safe and sound." "And will you make it my home for me by coming to live with me, as I've asked you again and again?"
"No, as I've told you again and again."
He gloomed at her angrily for a few moments before he resumed. "I will be asking you this one thing, Katrine, daughter of my father's brother. Do you love that man Akana, who lives at Ranzabeg?" "You may ask the wind why it is from the east or the west, but it won't tell you. You're not the wind's master." "If you think I will let this man take you away from me, you are thinking a foolish thing."
"And you saying a foolisher."
"I?"
"Ah, sure. What could you do, Ian McKeon? At the worst, you could do no more than kill James Akana. What then? I too would die. You cannot separate us. I would not marry you now, though you were the last man in the world, and I the last woman."
"You are a fool, Katrine MacArthur. Your father has promised you to me, and I tell you this. If you love Akana, you'll save his life only by letting him go away from here. I promise you he will not be here long."
"Ah, you promise me. But you will not say that thing to James Akana's face. You are a coward."
With a muttered oath, the man turned on his heel. "Let him beware of me, and you too, Katrine Moneandone. I swear it by my mother's grave and by St. Martin's cross that you will be mine by hook or by crook." The girl smiled scornfully. Slowly she lifted a milk pail. "It would be a pity to waste the good milk, Ian Gora. But if you don't go, it is I that will be emptying the pail on you, and then you will be as white without as your heart is within." "So you call me witless, do you, Ian Gora? Well, we shall be seeing as to that. And as for the milk, there will be more than milk spilt because of you, Katrine Doane." From that day, though neither Seamus nor Katrine knew of it, a watch was set upon Akana. It could not be long before their secret was discovered, and it was with a savage joy overmastering his sullen rage that Ian MacArthur knew himself the discoverer and conceived his double vengeance. He dreamed gloatingly on both the black thoughts that roamed like ravenous beasts through the solitudes of his heart. But he did not dream that another man was filled with hate because of Katrine's lover, another man who had sworn to make her his own, the man who, disguised, was known in Armandale as Donald MacLean, and in the North Isles would have been hailed as Gloom Akana. There had been steady rain for 3 days, with a cold, raw wind. On the 4th, the sun shone and set in peace. An evening of quiet beauty followed, warm, fragrant, dusky from the absence of moon or star, though the thin veils of mist promised to disperse as the night grew. There were 2 men that eve in the undergrowth on the south side of the lochlet. Seamus had come earlier than his wont. Impatient for the dusk, he could scarce await the waning of the afterglow. Surely, he thought, he might venture. Suddenly his ears caught the sound of cautious footsteps. Could it be old Donald? Perhaps with some inkling of the way in which his daughter saw her lover in despite of all? Or mayhap might it be Ian MacArthur, tracking him as a hunter stalking a stag by the water pools? He crouched and waited. In a few minutes he saw Ian carefully picking his way. The man stopped as he descried the green branches, smiled as, with a low rustling, he raised them from the ground. Meanwhile, yet another man watched and waited, though on the farther side of the lochen, where the hazel copses were. Gloom Achana half hoped, half feared the approach of Katrine. It would be sweet to see her again, sweet to slay her lover before her eyes, brother to him though he was. But there was chance that she might descry him, and whether recognizingly or not, warn the swimmer. So it was that he had come there before sundown, and now lay crouched among the bracken underneath a projecting mossy ledge close upon the water, where it could scarce be that she or any should see him. As the gloaming deepened, a great stillness reigned. There was no breath of wind. A scarce audible sigh prevailed among the spires of the heather. The chirring of a nightjar throbbed through the darkness. Somewhere a corncrake called its monotonous crick-crack, the dull, harsh sound emphasizing the utter stillness. The pinging of the gnats hovering over and among the sedges made an incessant murmur through the warm, sultry air. There was a splash once as of a fish, then silence, then a lower but more continuous splash, or rather wash of water. A slow susurrus rustled through the dark. Where he lay among the fern, Gloom Achana slowly raised his head, stared through the shadows, and listened intently. If Katrine were waiting there, she was not near. Noiselessly he slid into the water. When he rose, it was under a clump of green branches. These he had cut and secured 3 hours before. With his left hand he swam slowly, or kept his equipoise in the water. With his right he guided the heavy rowan bow. In his mouth were 2 objects, one long and thin and dark, the other with an occasional glitter as of a dead fish. His motion was scarcely perceptible. None the less, he was near the middle of the loch almost as soon as another clump of green branches. Doubtless the swimmer beneath it was confident that he was now safe from observation. The 2 clumps of green branches drew nearer. The smaller seemed a mere estray, a spray blown down by the recent gale. But all at once the larger clump jerked awkwardly and stopped. Simultaneously a strange low strain of music came from the other. The strain ceased. The 2 clumps of green branches remained motionless. Slowly, at last, the larger moved forward. It was too dark for the swimmer to see if any one lay hid behind the smaller. When he reached it, he thrust aside the leaves. It was as though a great salmon leaped. There was a splash, and a narrow dark body shot through the gloom. At the end of it something gleamed. Then suddenly there was a savage struggle. The inanimate green branches tore this way and that, and surged and swirled. Gasping cries came from the leaves. Again and again the gleaming thing leaped. At the 3rd leap an awful scream shrilled through the silence. The echo of it wailed thrice, with horrible distinctness, in the quarry beyond Connacht-on-Freuch. Then, after a faint splashing, there was silence once more. One clump of green branches drifted slowly up the lochlet. The other moved steadily toward the place whence, a brief while before, it had stirred. Only one thing lived in the heart of Gloom Achana, the joy of his exultation. He had killed his brother Seamus. He had always hated him because of his beauty. Of late he had hated him because he had stood between him, Gloom, and Katrine MacArthur, because he had become her lover. They were all dead now except himself, all the Achenas. He was Achena. When the day came that he would go back to Galloway, there would be a magpie on the first birk, and a screaming jay on the first rowan, and a croaking raven on the first fir. Aye, he would be their suffering, though they knew nothing of him meanwhile. He would be Achena of Achena again. Let those who would stand in his way beware. As for Katrine, perhaps he would take her there, perhaps not. He smiled. These thoughts were the wandering fires in his brain while he slowly swam shoreward under the floating green branches, and as he disengaged himself from them and crawled upward through the bracken. It was at this moment that a third man entered the water from the further shore. Prepared as he was to come suddenly upon Katrine, Gloom was startled when, in a place of dense shadow, a hand touched his shoulder, and her voice whispered, "Seamus, Seamus." The next moment she was in his arms. He could feel her heart beating against his. "What is it, Seamus? What was that awful cry?" she whispered. For an answer, he put his lips to hers and kissed her again and again. The girl drew back. Some vague instinct warned her. "What is it, Seamus? Why don't you speak?" He drew her close again. "Pulse of my heart, it is I who love you, I who love you best of all. It is I, Gloom Achena." With a cry, she struck him full in the face. He staggered, and in that moment she freed herself. "You coward!" "Katrine, come no nearer. If you do, it will be the death of you." "The death of me? Ah, bonny fool that you are! And is it you that will be the death of me?" "Aye, Gloom Achena, for I have but to scream, and Seamus will be here, and he would kill you like a dog if he knew you did me any harm." "Ah, but if there were no Seamus, or any man to come between me and my will?" "Then there would be a woman. Aye, if you overbore me, I would strangle you with my hair or fix my teeth in your false throat." "I was not for knowing you were such a wild cat, but I'll tame you yet, my lass. Aha, wild cat!" And as he spoke, he laughed low. "It is a true word, Gloom, of the black heart. I am a wild cat, and like a wild cat I am not to be seized by a fox, and that you will be finding to your cost by the holy Saint Bridget. But now off with you, brother of my man." "Your man, ha!" "Why do you laugh?" "Sure, I am laughing at a warm white lass like yourself having a dead man as your lover." "A dead man?" No answer came. The girl shook with a new fear. Slowly she drew closer, till her breath fell warm against the face of the other. He spoke at last. "Aye, a dead man." "It is a lie." "Where would you be that you were not hearing his goodbye? I'm thinking it was loud enough." "It is a lie. It is a lie." "No, it is no lie. Seamus is cold enough now. He is low among the weeds by now. Aye, by now, down there in the lochen." "What, you devil! Is it for killing your own brother you would be?" "I killed no one. He died his own way. Maybe the cramp took him. Maybe a kelpie gripped him. I watched. I saw him beneath the green branches. He was dead before he died. I saw it in the white face of him. Then he sank. He's dead. Seamus is dead. Look here, girl, I've
always loved you. I swore the oath upon you. You're mine. Sure, you're mine now, Katrine. It is loving you I am. It will be a south wind for you from this day, Mornir Mocre. See here, I'll show you how I— Back! Back, murderer! Be stopping that foolishness now, Katrine MacArthur. By the book, I am tired of it. I am loving you, and it's having you for mine I am. And if you won't come to me like the dove to its mate, I'll come to you like the hawk to the dove. With a spring he was upon her. In vain she strove to beat him back. His arms held her as a stout grips a rabbit. He pulled her head back and kissed her throat till the strangulating breath sobbed against his ear. With a last despairing effort she screamed the name of the dead man. "Seamus! Seamus! Seamus!" The man who struggled with her laughed. "Aye, call away. The heron will be comin' through the bracken as soon as Seamus comes to your call. Aye, it is mine you are now, Katrine. He's dead and cold, and you'd best have a livin' man, and—" She fell back, her balance lost in the sudden releasing. What did it mean? Gloom still stood there, but as one frozen. Through the darkness she saw at last that a hand gripped his shoulder. Behind him a black mass vaguely obtruded. For some moments there was absolute silence. Then a hoarse voice came out of the dark. "You will be knowing now who it is, Gloom Akana." The voice was that of Seamus, who lay dead in the locken. The murderer shook as in a palsy. With a great effort, slowly he turned his head. He saw a white splotch, the face of the corpse. In this white splotch flamed two burning eyes, the eyes of the soul of the brother whom he had slain. He reeled, staggered as a blind man, and free now of that awful clasp, swayed to and fro as one drunken. Slowly Seamus raised an arm and pointed downward through the wood toward the locken. Still pointing, he moved swiftly forward. With a cry like a beast, Gloom Akana swung to one side, stumbled, rose, and leaped into the darkness. For some minutes Seamus and Katrine stood, silent, apart, listening to the crashing sound of his flight, the race of the murderer against the pursuing shadow of the grave. End of Section 17. Green Branches by Fiona Macleod, Part 2. Section 18 of Great Ghost Stories by Joseph Louis French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18. The 4:15 Express by Amelia B. Edwards, Part 1. The events which I am about to relate took place between 9 and 10 years ago. Sebastopol had fallen in the early spring. The Peace of Paris had been concluded since March. Our commercial relations with the Russian Empire were but recently renewed, and I, returning home after my first northward journey since the war, was well pleased with the prospect of spending the month of December under the hospitable and thoroughly English roof of my excellent friend Jonathan Jelf, Esquire, of Dumbleton Manor, Clayborough, East Anglia. My way lay by the great East Anglian line as far as Clayborough Station, where I was to be met by one of the Dumbleton carriages and conveyed across the remaining 9 miles of country. Having arrived some 7 minutes before the starting of the train, and by the connivance of the guard,
Taken sole possession of an empty compartment, I lighted my traveling lamp, made myself particularly snug, and settled down to the undisturbed enjoyment of a book and a cigar. Great, therefore, was my disappointment when, at the last moment, a gentleman came hurrying along the platform, glanced into my carriage, opened the locked door with a private key, and stepped in. It struck me at the first glance that I had seen him before. A tall, spare man, thin-lipped, light-eyed, with an ungraceful stoop in the shoulders and scant gray hair worn somewhat long upon the collar. He carried a light waterproof coat, an umbrella, and a large brown japanned deed box, which last he placed under the seat. I now recognized my companion. I had met him, as I distinctly remembered, some 3 years before, at the very house for which, in all probability, he was now bound like myself. His name was Dwerrihouse. He was a lawyer by profession, and if I was not greatly mistaken, was first cousin to the wife of my host. I thought, observing him by the vague mixture of lamplight and twilight, that Mrs. Jelf's cousin looked all the worse for the 3 years' wear and tear which had gone over his head since our last meeting. He was very pale, and had a restless light in his eye that I did not remember to have observed before. The anxious lines, too, about his mouth were deepened, and there was a cavernous, hollow look about his cheeks and temples, which seemed to speak of sickness or sorrow. When he had glanced at me for the 3rd or 4th time, I ventured to address him. "Mr. John Dwerrihouse, I think?"
"That is my name,"
he replied. "I had the pleasure of meeting you at Dumbleton about 3 years ago." Mr. Dwerrihouse bowed.
"I thought I knew your face," he said, "but your name, I regret to say—"
"Langford, William Langford. I have known Jonathan Jelf since we were boys together at Merchant Taylor's, and I generally spend a few weeks at Dumbleton in the shooting season. I suppose we are bound for the same destination?"
"Not if you are on your way to the manor," he replied. "I am traveling upon business. You have heard, perhaps, that we are about to construct a branch line from Blackwater to Stockbridge?"
"You are an East Anglian director, I presume?"
"My interest in the company," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, "is threefold. I am a director, I am a considerable shareholder, and as the head of the firm of Dwerrihouse and Craik, I am the company's principal solicitor."
Loquacious, self-important, full of his pet project, and apparently unable to talk on any other subject, Mr. Dwerrihouse then went on to tell of the opposition he had encountered and the obstacles he had overcome in the cause of the Stockbridge branch. I was entertained with a multitude of local details and local grievances. The rapacity of one squire, the impracticability of another, the indignation of the rector whose glebe was threatened, and so on and on and on, till my head ached and my attention flagged, and my eyes kept closing in spite of every effort that I made to keep them open. At length I was roused by these 3 words:
£75,000 cash down.
£75,000 cash down, I repeated, in the liveliest tone I could assume. That is a heavy sum.
"A heavy sum to carry here,"
replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, pointing significantly to his breast pocket.
"but a mere fraction of what we shall ultimately have to pay."
"You do not mean to say that you have £75,000 at this moment upon your person?" I exclaimed.
"My good sir, have I not been telling you so for the last half-hour?" said Mr. Dwerrihouse testily. "That money has to be paid over at 8:30 this evening at the office of Sir Thomas's solicitors on completion of the deed of sale."
But how will you get across by night from Blackwater to Stockbridge with £75,000 in your pocket?
"To Stockbridge?" echoed the lawyer. "I find I have made myself very imperfectly understood. I thought I had explained how this sum only carries us as far as Mallingford, the first stage, as it were, of our journey, and how our route from Blackwater to Mallingford lies entirely through St. Thomas Liddell's property."
"I beg your pardon," I stammered. "I fear my thoughts were wandering. So you only go as far as Mallingford tonight?"
"Precisely. I shall get a conveyance from the Blackwater Arms. And you?"
"Oh, Jeff sends a trap to meet me at Clayborough. Can I be the bearer of any message from you?"
"You may say, if you please, Mr. Langford, that I wished I could have been your companion all the way, and that I will come over, if possible, before Christmas."
"Nothing more?" Mr. Dwerrihouse smiled grimly.
"Well," he said, "you may tell my cousin that she need not burn the hall down in my honour this time, and that I shall be obliged if she will order the blue room chimney to be swept before I arrive."
"That sounds tragic. Had you a conflagration on the occasion of your last visit to Dumbleton?"
"Something like it. There had been no fire lighted in my bedroom since the spring. The flue was foul, and the rocks had built in it. So, when I went up to dress for dinner, I found the room full of smoke and the chimney on fire. Are we all ready at Blackwater?"
The train had gradually come to a pause while Mr. Dwerrihouse was speaking, and putting my head out of the window, I could see the station some few hundred yards ahead. There was another train before us blocking the way, and the guard was making use of the delay to collect the Blackwater tickets. I had scarcely ascertained our position when the ruddy-faced official appeared at our carriage door. "Tickets, sir," said he. "I am for Clayborough," I replied, holding out the tiny pink card. He took it, glanced at it by the light of his little lantern, gave it back, looked, as I fancied, somewhat sharply at my fellow traveller, and disappeared. "He did not ask for yours," I said with some surprise.
"They never do," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse. "They all know me, and of course I travel free."
"Blackwater, Blackwater," cried the porter, running along the platform beside us as we glided into the station. Mr. Dwerrihouse pulled out his deed-box, put his travelling cap in his pocket, resumed his hat, took down his umbrella, and prepared to be gone.
"Many thanks, Mr. Langford, for your society," he said, with old-fashioned courtesy. "I wish you a good evening."
"Good evening," I replied, putting out my hand. But he either did not see it, or did not choose to see it, and slightly lifting his hat, stepped out upon the platform. Having done this, he moved slowly away and mingled with the departing crowd. Leaning forward to watch him out of sight, I trod upon something which proved to be a cigar case. It had fallen, no doubt, from the pocket of his waterproof coat, and was made of dark morocco leather, with a silver monogram upon the side. I sprang out of the carriage just as the guard came to lock me in. "Is there 1 minute to spare?" I asked eagerly. "The gentleman who travelled down with me from town has dropped his cigar case. He is not yet out of the station."
"Just 1.5 minutes, sir," replied the guard. "You must be quick."
I dashed along the platform as fast as my feet could carry me. It was a large station, and Mr. Dwerrihouse had by this time got more than halfway to the farther end. I, however, saw him distinctly, moving slowly with the stream. Then, as I drew nearer, I saw that he had met some friend, that they were talking as they walked, that they presently fell back somewhat from the crowd and stood aside in earnest conversation. I made straight for the spot where they were waiting. There was a vivid gas jet just above their heads, and the light fell full upon their faces. I saw both distinctly, the face of Mr. Dwerrihouse and the face of his companion. Running, breathless, eager as I was, getting in the way of porters and passengers, and fearful every instant lest I should see the train going on without me, I yet observed that the newcomer was considerably younger and shorter than the director, and that he was sandy-haired, mustachioed, small-featured, and dressed in a close-cut suit of Scotch tweed. I was now within a few yards of them. I ran against a stout gentleman. I was nearly knocked down by a luggage truck. I stumbled over a carpet-bag. I gained the spot just as the driver's whistle warned me to return. To my utter stupefaction, they were no longer there. I had seen them but 2 seconds before, and they were gone. I stood still. I looked to right and left. I saw no sign of them in any direction. It was as if the platform had gaped and swallowed them. "There were 2 gentlemen standing here a moment ago," I said to a porter at my elbow. "Which way can they have gone?"
"I saw no gentlemen, sir," replied the guard.
The whistle shrilled out again. The guard, far up on the platform, held up his arm and shouted to me to "come on." "If you are going on this train, sir," said the porter, "you must run for it." I did run for it, just gained the carriage as the train began to move, was shoved in by the guard, and left breathless and bewildered, with Mr. Dwerrihouse's cigar case still in my hand. It was the strangest disappearance in the world. It was like a transformation trick in a pantomime. They were there one moment, palpably there, talking, with the gaslight full upon their faces, and the next moment they were gone. There was no door near, no window, no staircase. It was a mere slip of barren platform, tapestried with big advertisements. Could anything be more mysterious? It was not worth thinking about, and yet for my life I could not help pondering upon it. Pondering, wondering, conjecturing, turning it over and over in my mind, and beating my brains for a solution of the enigma. I thought of it all the way from Blackwater to Clayborough. I thought of it all the way from Clayborough to Dumbleton, as I rattled along the smooth highway in a trim dog-cart, drawn by a splendid black mare, and driven by the silentest and dapperest of East Anglian grooms. We did the 9 miles in something less than an hour, and pulled up before the lodge gates just as the church clock was striking 7:30. A couple of minutes more, and the warm glow of the lighted hall was flooding out upon the gravel. A hearty grasp was on my hand, and a clear, jovial voice was bidding me welcome to Dumbleton. I am not going to describe either the guests or the dinner that night. All provincial parties bear the strictest family resemblance, and I am not aware that an East Anglian banquet offers any exception to the rule. There was the usual country baronet and his wife. There were the usual country parsons and their wives. There was the sempiternal turkey and haunch of venison. Vanitas vanitatum. There is nothing new under the sun. At length there came a pause. The entrees had just been removed, and the turkey had come upon the scene. The conversation had all along been of the languidest, but at this moment it happened to have stagnated altogether. Moved by an unlucky impulse, I thought I would relate my adventure. "By the way, Jelf," I began, "I came down part of the way today with a friend of yours." "Indeed?" said the master of the feast, slicing scientifically into the breast of the turkey. "With whom, pray?" "It was no less a person than your wife's cousin, Mr. John Dwerrihouse." Jonathan Jelf laid down his knife and fork. Mrs. Jelf looked at me in a strange, startled way, and never said a word. "And he desired me to tell you, my dear madame, that you need not take the trouble to burn the hall down in his honor this time, but only to have the chimney of the blue room swept before his arrival." Before I had reached the end of my sentence, I became aware of something ominous in the faces of the guests. I felt I had said something which I had better have left unsaid, and that for some unexplained reason my words had evoked a general consternation. I sat confounded, not daring to utter another syllable, and for at least 2 whole minutes there was dead silence round the table. The guests hitherto had been simply dull, but now they were evidently uncomfortable and embarrassed. The dessert had scarcely been placed upon the table when the ladies left the room. I seized the opportunity to select a vacant chair next a certain Captain Prendergast. "In heaven's name," I whispered, "what was the matter just now? What had I said?"
"You mentioned the name of John Dwerrihouse."
"What of that? I had seen him not 2 hours before."
"It is a most astounding circumstance that you should have seen him," said Captain Prendergast. "Are you sure it was he?"
"As sure as my own identity. We were talking all the way between London and Blackwater. But why does that surprise you?"
"Because,"
replied Captain Prendergast, dropping his voice to the lowest whisper,
"because John Dwerrihouse absconded 3 months ago with £75,000 of the company's money, and has never been heard of since."
End of Section 18. The 4:15 Express, Part 1.